Welcome everyone. The game should be starting. It should be happening currently. We are streaming on a 10-minute delay, as to not give any players an unfair advantage. Because of that, we still have to wait a bit after the 8 a.m. At least for me on the East Coast of the United States. So we do have to wait a bit, unfortunately, before the game starts. I do real quickly, I'll go back to this in a second, just go over the hero breakdown. This is not for the top 16, this is for the tournament as a whole, 54 players. As you can see, 15%, or not 15%, 15 Waru players, which equals about 44.4% of the player base. Sigismar at 8 and Goring at 1 to make... Ortis was represented at 44.4% with a total of 24 players. The Waru was represented at 27.8% with 15. Sigismar at 14.8% with 8. And I was surprised that there was 9 Tasia at 16.7%. Unfortunately, none of them made it to Top Cut. So, you know, I guess it might not have been the right pick. We do see 10 Waru in Top Cut. So a conversion rating of 2/3 and making up 62.5% of the Top Cut. Oh, nice. I'm super excited about Sierra. I think Sierra has the biggest potential to get stronger as the game goes forward. The main thing that's stopping her is the amount of 3-cost landmarks and permanents that she wants to play. Once the game starts getting more cards, I think like Armor Jammer, that also give you a bonus when they leave play, then Sierra, I think, will become much more consistent, become much more powerful. I think she's at her weakest right now, and as the game goes on and the card pool expands, she'll only get stronger. I want to fix there was a last minute substitution for the top 16. The person who came in 17th actually ended up taking the 16th place. I don't entirely know the details, so I don't want to go into it. But luckily, they were playing the same hero. So we have, on our left side of the screen, an entire set of Ortis heroes. And with Sigismar, a lone Sigismar against a sea of Waru. So we'll see how that goes when we get to it. Interestingly enough, we have, a wider array of heroes on the right side, although we still do see 3 Waru. And luckily, none of our... It certainly is a bracket. Luckily, none of our duplicate heroes, which are... I guess there's only Afanas outside of Waru, are playing each other. So our only mirror matches are Waru. Which, at this point, if you weren't expecting Waru to have mirror matches, then I don't know what to tell you. We'll see if things change with how Equinox approaches Waru and Robin Hood. They've already said that they've talked internally about that there is an issue, but they don't know. They haven't announced anything about how they want to fix it. There's been a lot of speculation, ranging from many different ideas. I personally think just the most likely is removing the bureaucrat keyword or subtype from Robinhood. But, you know, Equinox have said that they're looking into it, and we will see what that means for them. It looks like we're just about to get into our game shortly. I can see the players getting ready. I don't want to swap over until we get to that point, though. Thank you all for joining me. This was originally supposed to be a 2-person cast. Unfortunately, and I was supposed to be the supporting commentator. The other commentator was unable to make it. So you're stuck with just me unless anyone else ends up joining. But at this point, I'm not sure if that is incredibly likely. But I'm excited. It's early for me. It's a little after 8 a.m. I'm in the U.S. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. Still seem to be setting up. I will say an interesting thing I noticed while coming through the Waru deck list is that the 15 Waru players agreed on 25 out of 39 cards. All of the 15 players had 3 Robin Hoods that were either rare or unique rarity, 3 Ordis Attorneys, all but 1 being rare or unique. There was 1 common. All had 3 common teamwork training and sticky note seals, 2 Frog Princes, and 78% of all non-uniques in the deck of Frog Prince were rare, and 73% of players were running a 3rd copy. There were 2 Thoths, or 2 Thoths per deck. 1 player was running 2 to keep this from being a full 3 of. So if that player had run the 3rd Thoth, everyone would have been running the 3rd Thoth. And all but 2 of them were rare or unique. It seems like we're getting into the game, so I will stop spouting off my my info, just because I'm sure you'd rather see the game. So it looks like we are watching the Warrior Band versus Coinzel, I believe is how you pronounce it. So Treyst versus Afanas. This is an interesting setup. I'm glad we're watching one of our non-Waru games, because I'm sure we're going to have plenty of Waru as the day goes on. In that, hold on. Bam. There I am. We're setting up. We have a bit of a, as you can see, a self-made situation in order to see both players' hands. So that's currently being tinkered with to make sure we have as much info as we can. We have 2 uniques starting in Warrior Band's hand, which can be a bit of a can feel not great at times, because your uniques, you often want to play them. So having multiple uniques in your starting hand can really clunk up your hand. You might have to put some into mana, which never feels good. You're only allowed 3. So we want to get as much value out of them as we can. Treyst starting off with an Axiom. an Axiom Salvager rare. That is a great starting card. It's a 1 cost, which allows you to play a Kellen Elemental afterwards. We will have some issue because we will have 3 cards in our in Treyst's reserve at the end of the day. So which means we will have to discard 1. Unfortunately, because that happens out of the afternoon cycle, he will not get a scrap counter for that. So we are losing out on some scrap counter generation. The player opted to do this instead of playing the Kellen Elemental first and then the Axiom Salvager or the Amelia Earhart for 1 from reserve, because they wanted the chance to win the first expedition. They wanted to respond as the first player, so they saved their power for the final card, which is a good play. Normally, you want to play your weaker cards first, just so that you have a better way of responding to your opponent. So this player, Coinsoul, saying, I would rather have the advantage of advancing during the first day than the advantage of a scrap counter and getting my generation on quicker. Both are valid strategies. You can normally get Treyst on pretty quickly, so I don't think it's that much of a concern that they'll lose that 1 card. And for Afanas, we saw the first of their uniques. I'm gonna try and check and see. Unfortunately, there's some issues going on with the uniques right now, where they are not all showing up on the site. So the Moonlight Jellyfish seems to say you can, and also all the cards are in French because the ExAlts is mainly a French-based team. I do not speak French, unfortunately, so I can't be much help with that. The Moonlight Jellyfish said, when you play me, you can sacrifice me to put a card from your reserve into your hand, gains 1 boost from reserve, and as all Moonlight Jellyfish do, when you sacrifice me, if I don't have fleeting, put me into the reserve. The Flamel says, from anywhere, put a card from your reserve into your hand. Actually, it looks like spell. You can put a spell, and then you can make the next spell you play lose fleeting. So it's a regular Flamel, although it activates from both reserve and from hand, as opposed to just from hand, and is a 3 cost, so it helps you fit into that cost curves much easier. I think that this is an interesting matchup because we have 2 go wide decks. I know that Afanas isn't really a go wide deck in the traditional sense because you are not playing many characters out. Instead, you're playing a few characters that you're buffing up with a bunch of spells. But it's this weird mix of go wide and go tall. And Treyst is probably the prime example of playing many characters. We do have go wide in just Ortis in general, that is mass token generation. Although Waru doesn't make too many tokens aside from Thoth and his own ability. But you are playing a lot of spells, which is why Afanas, I think, has this weird place in the meta. I just made a deck guide about Afanas that released 2 days ago, I think, where I talked about that. Afanas, I think, is a really interesting hero, but does have some issues in the current metagame, just because Izmir has no spells that create tokens. I think that would help him a lot. So we see end of turn 3 of day 3. Treyst is not online yet, 4 scrap counters, so about to go to 5. I feel like as Treyst, you often want to get your 5th scrap counter on turn 3 if you can. I guess people might say that's a bit of a high roll, but I think that's if the deck is functioning properly, you should get it turn 3, and then if it's a little lackluster, my it is early in the morning for me, so my voice is not warmed up. But they should be able to get their ability on this turn. And put Tinkerbell into their reserve to activate the Sabotage if they want to. Now, the only card currently in the reserve is Beauty Sleep, although Magical Training is about to go there. Beauty Sleep at its 3 cost, I wouldn't prioritize sabotaging. It doesn't feel like great value, but it can be useful to get crucial advances. We see 2 small step giant leaps in Warrior Band's hand, so they will have the ability as the game goes on to just close out the game through that. Which I do think Afanas needs, and we had 5 Afanases in the tournament, and all of them had at least 1 copy of Small Step Giant Leap. I believe one opting for, let me check my statistics. Yes, only 1 player opting for 1, 2 players opting for 2 copies of Small Step Giant Leap, and Warrior Ban on all 3. Common, of course, you're mainly using Small Step Giant Leap to close out the game, so you don't really need it to be rare. Plus, with Afanas, I feel like a lot of our rare slots want to go to either powering up our crucial characters or getting out-of-faction spells into our deck. Now, as you might notice, the Treyst hero has not seen any of their Haven Bravos Bastions yet. Haven Bravos Bastion considered by many to be one of the strongest cards in the game. It resupplies, so it keeps you good on card advantage, and it makes every single card you play from reserve, every character you play from reserve, get a boost. So it turns all of Treyst's smaller characters into... Oh, that is very nice. They even did it in English for us. So the Ada Lovelace is has a rare Anansi ability, it looks like. So let me just double check that. Yeah, I believe it's for every card in every reserve. Now, Afanas has high cost spells from reserve, so that can clunk up his reserve a bit. So that is a good card against this. And as Treyst, you're often filling your reserve. A bit of a bit of a tech, I would say, in the Kellen cylinder. Most times you don't want... you really only want your Haven Bravos Bastion. Kellen cylinder can be good, especially if you have cards uniques that require landmarks. From what I'm seeing, CoinZell doesn't have any that do, But Killing Cylinder can also get you a boost here or there to help you push you over the edge when you don't get your Haven Bravos Bastions. Now, a card I really want to point out from Warrior Band is the third card from the left in their hand, which is the Ortis Carrier. The Ortis Carrier creates a token every single turn. So what that does is Afanas has the struggle of having to target characters, having to have a correct balance of characters and spells to play the game. They need characters to buff with his ability and spells to activate it. Ortis Carrier is trying to get around the amount of characters you need by giving you a token every single turn. And Warrior Band thinks that it's so important that he's running 3 rare Ortis Carriers. We've seen this in Lindaway to give Lindaway a sec target. I haven't seen too many Afanas running Ortis Carrier. I'll be honest, I was a bit... I didn't really register the card as being good in Afanas, but after thinking about it more, it does help you fix that situation. The token every turn does let you always have a target, and your opponent is most likely not going to want to get rid of Ortis Carrier, just because it's a large commitment for a kind of lackluster landmark. Ortis Carrier also does have the drawback of only placing in the companion expedition. So it does telegraph, your plays a bit. But after that, you can play a character to your hero expedition and then end up boosting that character. It just gives you the option of always having a boost target. We see both... We've seen steady advances from both sides. They're currently tied in expeditions. Both 2, 3 away, really, because they'll need the third to meet. But currently 2 expeditions in between them. CoinSoul just drew their Afanas, which from reserve, you may put a card from your hand into reserve. If you do, I gain 1 boost for every card in your reserve. So that is one where Treyst we're hoping to play out of our reserve as much as we can. It is also overstatted. It's a 2 cost from hand for 3/2/2, which is slightly overstatted. Not game-breakingly so, but can help you eke out a win here or there. And it allows you to put a card into your reserve, which is great in the early game to help you get your scrap counter generation on. But also, in the later game, you can still put a card in your reserve to boost it for itself. And again, I mentioned this earlier, Warrior Band still has that 1 small step giant leap. You really only want to play 1 a game unless you're Akesha. Akesha might be using Katagir Izmir Bastion to play multiple as their game-winning plan. We did see 4 Akesha in the tournament. None of them made it to top cut, and I believe 2 of them were on Katagir Izmir Bastion, but all of them were on Giant Leap to some extent. Giant Leap, one of the good things about this game, or at least one of the things I think is good, it's up for you to decide, is every card can go into your mana. That way, if you draw a card and you don't think it will be helpful, you can put it into mana instead. You don't want too many cards, tech cards normally, just because if you draw 2 of them at the same time, it doesn't feel great because you don't want to play one. If you don't want to play both of them, then you can only put one into mana, and it kind of forces you to either play the other one or suboptimally play your turn. Also, as I believe this tournament is best of 3. I'm not entirely sure. I believe it might be randomized first player every single time. I don't believe they get to choose, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Hey, the Kellen guy. What? Shouldn't you be playing? Did your match already end? No spoilers? I mean, you can spoil it if you want. We're not watching your game. Kellen guy, I believe, was our first seed for the tournament and was playing the only non-Waru, was playing against the only non-Waru player in the Ortis bracket side. So against Sigismar. We're eking closer to Small Step Giant Leap. Now, it seems that with Small Step Giant Leap, Warrior Band is just going to keep trying to attack the companion expedition. They have that Ortis recruit going in there every single turn. Oh, Mr. Awesome Possum is the Sigismar player, I believe, who was playing the Kellen guy. So they're both in here. Yes, Mr. Awesome Possum, thank you for getting a non Waru Ortis hero into the top 16. Wow, my brain did not fully function to create that sentence in real time. Finally, just when you want to see Haven Bravo Bastion in like turn 7 of the game, or I guess 6 because we're at 8 mana. Perfect time. Just when they wanted it. Still, their Mowgli. Let me check their. I'm gonna be going back and forth to the deck lists. I wanted to have all of these downloaded, but again, the site, so I could show you on stream. The site does not have all the uniques available, unfortunately. But you can put a card from your hand into reserve. Oh, draw a card. So it seems like it's Ada Lovelace on a Mowgli, I believe. And, of course, the spectator showed it in English as I was looking, so I wasn't paying attention to see that. This does look like GG for Game 1. This is still Game 1 out of a best of 3. We will see... we will see Warrior Band take 1 expedition this turn. And then, 1 expedition this turn because there's only 1 more character that can be played. And they'll just beauty sleep whichever side they need. Yeah. I mean, if you're going against Izmir, you're going to have to expect Small Step Giant Leap. It does, it does put you in that position of, well, I guess they have to have it. And especially when you, I guess, we had one Lindaway player. I'm not sure if they were also on Small Step Giant Leap. I'll have to check. But, you know, one of the main reasons to play the faction right now is Small Step Giant Leap. It is an incredibly powerful card that instantly wins you the game. But I think at the same time, it's pretty much useless before that. It's one of those cards that's only good on the final turn. And that is going to be game one. And in the end, didn't even need to use the Small Step Giant Leap. Was able to get there on their own just because of the boost from Afanas and Mage Dancer itself. We will be going into our second game shortly. Oh. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, it seemed like Lindaway was not on the standard, was not on a full sacrifice build. I'm gonna turn this down a bit. I'll go back to our bracket. As you can see, this is the bracket again for top 16. We are currently playing the Warrior Band Coinzel match in the top right corner, or the top right area, the second from the top match from the top. Yes, there are a lot of Warus. Waru, oh, we're getting back into the game, so I'll show that again. I'm interested to see, I'm not sure if we have enough data about this yet, about card games are notorious for having first turn advantage, and what that means for various players, you know. I know in Magic, your secondary goal of solving the mystery of what is happening is truly giving me life. Thank you, Megan. Thank you. Yes, so this is a bit of a interesting setup because this is being streamed by someone else to both the French broadcast and myself. We're using the same feed. If you speak French or prefer the French language, you might want to check out that one because I don't speak French. And you shouldn't be expecting that from me. Now, we're going to see both players taking the first turn off. The Afanas Warrior Band trying to get the Ortis Carrier out to get that token generation. And Treyst deciding to take their full turn off to play the Kellen Burst. I guess the Ortis Carrier did give a lot of value in the last game. So just shutting that down immediately when you have the chance and know that the other player isn't going to get an advance, it's a good option. Treyst is normally more of a tempo deck, so it is interesting to see them take a full turn off to do that. But given the way the game went last time, may be necessary. Jean, Assembly Overseer, is an interesting card in the deck. It has no abilities. It's a vanilla card, but it has some breakpoint stats for its 2 cost. It has 3 Forest, which Forest in the game currently is the least represented stat overall, just over the game in general, Mountain being the highest and then Water shortly after that. So I guess, and especially in Axiom. Axiom does not have a lot of Forest, so that John Assembly Overseer giving chance to win those forced expeditions or block expeditions from advancing as well. But it must block later expeditions because of its 0 cost in water, so it won't help you in the first time. Yeah, the Kellen guy, I did a full breakdown. I didn't really send it to anyone, so I guess it was just for me. I have been planning to make a video on it that broke down the non-unique the distributions between the different regions. And water and mountain were pretty equal, and forest was massively underweighted. Which is interesting because we have a hero that their ability only activates on forest. But Muna does have overall higher forest stats than the other factions. So we see going into turn 3, Treyst has yet to get a scrap counter. So this has been a much slower game. We do see 2 sabotage in the spycrafts in Warrior Band's hands. It is important to note that sabotage does give Treyst a scrap counter, because it doesn't say that you need to play it from reserve. It just needs to leave reserve during the afternoon. Again, this Moonlight Jellyfish, when played, it can sacrifice itself to return a card from your reserve to your hand. And then, as all Moonlight Jellyfish do, if it, or at least rare and above, if it gets sacrificed, it goes to... Well, actually, no, all of them do. If it gets sacrificed, it goes to your reserve instead of going to your discard. An interesting thing, I brought up earlier that Waru players had agreed on 25 and almost up to like 30, because there were just minor differences here and there. 30 cards out of the 39 cards in the deck. Afanas players only agreed on 15. So it just shows you, one, how Waru either is just built a bit more linearly, or it's just a more solved deck. It is the current meta. It is the current meta deck. It is the top. It's showing the best results currently, so it makes sense. But it also, it has you. It's leading you in one direction because of the bureaucrat tag. Afanas, the only thing that his hero ability leads you towards is a amount of spells and an amount of characters. Treyst does not. Treyst does not have anything except for from reserve applying to their deck construction. So I do think that's something to talk about in terms of Waru seems like the easiest deck to build, and I'm hoping that as the meta goes on, we'll find more ways to counteract Waru, just because having a clear meta deck right now isn't as fun as, a wider spread. It's just that other heroes are not as linearly built. So we see that we see that Coinzol is just attacking the companion expedition because they want to get just one crucial advance. I think right now they're trying to go advance for advance, which is what they did last game. The problem is Warrior Band has Small Step Giant Leap in their deck. So because they have Small Step Giant Leap, if we go expedition for expedition, advancement for advancement, Small Step Giant Leap is going to get you over the edge. Hi, Hardy. This is a game called Altered TCG. It is a physical card game made by the French company Equinox, but it has a digital client that you get to play with your collection online. So this is currently a tournament that is using the players' real collections. It's not a separate collection like Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel or Magic Arena. It is whatever cards you physically own, you can also use through their digital client. Now, the digital client is through Board Game Arena as opposed to being its own self-run server and everything like that, but it does function very well given that limitation. Kevin Elemental, always a crucial card in the beginning of Treyst and Rossum. I say beginning, we're on turn 4. But crucial when Treyst and Rossum has not gotten their ability online. It puts cards into your reserve that you can then use them to get out of reserve and activate scrap counters. The strength of Treyst and Rossum is that when they get their scrap counters once they become fully activated by having 5 scrap counters, Kellen Elemental, or Kellen Guy. You like Kellen Elemental? I would have never guessed. Then why aren't you playing him? Huh? Yeah, I'm attacking you. How dare you? Sorry. But once Treyst and Rossum comes online, they get to draw an extra card and then put a card into their reserve. A lot of their cards have from reserve abilities, so this gives them incredible value generation. They can just cycle through their entire deck and try to play as many cards as they can. It's similar, so it nets you card advantage similar to Fen and Crowbar, another high-performing deck overall, although we only have one in our top 16. But it is the... Yeah, Treyst does have a big issue into Waru. I really, I feel like I'm talking about Waru a lot, and we're going to have to, because he's 10 out of the 16 decks in the top 16. But both Afanas and Treyst can be heavily shackled by Waru just because of the Robin Hood tax. Because they're trying to play a lot of cards, they feel that tax a lot more. Treyst, I think, in my opinion, is the most fun hero in the game currently. I love just playing a bunch of cards. But it is hard because of the amount of Waru. Off you go. I guess. So we'll see Off You Go and Magical Training. This is going to leave Warrior Band in a bit of a position where they are going to have 5 cards in their reserve at the end of turn. You have to discard down to 2. Currently, every hero in the game has a reserve of 2. There is a node on the hero to change that, but currently every one has 2. We'll see if they get a little spicier with that. But Afanas able to use those cards to get a crucial single advance and stop the opponent from advancing on the companion side. They will have to discard down to 2, getting rid of a lot of card advantage that they currently have amassed. Let me check what that Hua Mulan does. Hua Mulan, at dusk, remove I lose fleeting. When I go to reserve from the expedition, you may pay 1. If you do, put a card from your reserve into your hand. So, all 3 of Warrior Band's uniques going towards recursion from the reserve, which can be very helpful because all of our spells that are not fleeting cost more from reserve. So we need that recursion to keep our spells keeping their low hand cost as opposed to their inflated reserve cost, so that we can play them more and get more boosts. And also important to note that uh, Warrior Band has gone for the common Mage Dancer over the rare. The rare, if it ends the turn with 3 or more boosts, you get to draw a card. A great value engine, but it does kind of put you in a spot of protecting Mage Dancer, which you can't really do. There aren't any counterspells in the game, so if your opponent has removal, you can't really just play around that. That sabotage, that draw of Tinkerbell is going to be able to remove that Mage Dancer. And that, I mean, Warrior Band wouldn't really have been able to advance on the left side anyways. I guess they could have tied if the Copelia was put into reserve and therefore played onto the field. They could have played the Tinkerbell from hand, then moved it to the reserve, keeping the sabotage. But getting rid of the Mage Dancer. Mage Dancer is just a scary card in Afanas because it can get double boosts, one from itself and one from Afanas. I would think... So it seems like once Hua Mulan is out in play, the fact that it will continuously lose fleeting and then be able to go to reserve to recur cards, that seems like a main plan in Warrior Band's deck. The problem with uniques is that you can only run 3 of them, so they're hard to build around unless you go fully in on a unique package. So Hua Mulan, now that's in hand, is great, but if you never draw your Hua Mulan, you can't really get the value off of it. And again, a very late Haven Bravos Bastion. Turn 6, Haven Bravos Bastion, incredible value for Treyst and Rossum. But neither of these games has Coinsel seen it that early. So not feeling great in that regards. Some people think that Treyst and Rossum can only function when they draw Haven Bravos Bastion. I don't agree with that. I think Treyst and Rossum can get enough value in general. Haven Bravos Bastion just puts it over the edge. I've had some conversations where people say that the deck doesn't function without Haven Bravos Bastion, and I think that's a little bit hyperbolic. I just... Haven Bravos Bastion is incredibly good, and I don't want to mislead anyone in saying that it's not. But the deck can function without it. Now, Warrior Band is going to get a... Oh, no. I was going to say Warrior Band is definitely going to get 1 advancement this turn. They won't be able to get the double advancement because Coinsel can just play Copelia to block the Hero Expedition from moving forward because of the grass. Copelia feels great to play from hand, but in these instances, well, actually, doesn't even have to because he's already blocked by the Lyra Chronicler, so won't need to. But had the option to play Copelia from hand if that was the case. Can get an advancement on... Oh, wait, no. It's, no, it would tie on the Companion Expedition. Never mind. And wouldn't have blocked because of the 3, so best to keep the Copelia in hand. Keep some card advantage. Especially since you can play Copelia for free off of Treyst and Rossum's ability. One of the things that I think feels great in this deck. I love Copelia. Unfortunately, not the most consistent. But I feel like most decks are cutting down to 2 instead of running the 3, just because you don't really want to play it for its cost. You want to play it for free. Well, I mean, you would want to play everything for free. But Copelia, you have the option to, under the right circumstances. And it telegraphs where you're going to play the next turn, because it gets to sleep the turn that's played, and then its board presence happens after it wakes up. So your opponent can play around it. I love the card, but it's overall, I don't think it functions as well as I was initially hoping it would. We'll use the Lyra Chronicler just as a 5/1/5. Great in this expedition because it's a 5/5. That one stat doesn't matter because we're not fighting over mountain, so we don't need to bother about it. Megan, I'm good. Thank you. I do not need anything from the farmer's market. That is one of my best friends watching as she is going to the farmer's market near us. So, thank you, though. I feel like basically my mom's in chat being like, oh, great job. But I appreciate it, Megan. So we see a lot of removal in the Afanas' hand and Coinzel's hand. Intimidation returns to hand. It is very... because it returns to hand, it does... Thank you. Because it does return to hand, the opponent still gets to get value off of it. Oh, we're seeing the Athena being played for not maximum value. Whoa, wait a minute. When I was looking through the decks, I must have missed this. We have sticky note seals. Yeah, we have one sticky note seal in the deck for Treyst and Rossum. Sticky note seal is the inverse of Kellen Burst. Kellen Burst targets characters or permanents with hand cost 4 or less. Sticky note seal taking up a rare slot, crucially, and targeting spell or characters and permanents that cost 4 or more. Sorry, I missed that when I was looking through it, and I think that's a very interesting card to have. We're seeing Waru run the full gambit, 3 sticky note seals. All 15 Warus in the tournament ran 3 sticky note seals. But I would not have expected it from a Treyst player. Yeah. I don't entirely know what... I mean, sticky note seals can help against... It can also help against characters. So it can help you get advantage if you are going up against... What are the high-cost characters in the game currently? People are running Hydrocana. I'm not sure if there's enough. And this game is over. We're going to see Warrior Band, Small Step, Giant Leap. They had a pretty big advantage anyway. Robin is already hit by Kellen Burst. But I guess this does give you a 4th option to hit the Robin. It gives you an additional piece of removal. Yeah, Atsati, I have barely seen any representation of Atsati in the game currently. Sorry, let me just tilt up my light a bit. I'm very heavily side-lit. Yeah, we're going to see Small Step, Giant Leap for the game here. I guess this is a moment I should take to say this tournament is being run by the ExAlts. It's a team mainly based in France. There are some of us that are on the that are in the US. I've been working with the ExAlts just as a data nerd, basically. You can check out their the YouTube and the Twitch are for the French, as FR stands for. They do plan to have more ExAlts champions, and I believe there's going to be a competitive season, or a league, I should say. There's a league, but that is still. I'd have to double check about what is happening with the league, because I think that there's been a lot of focus on this tournament and the rulings behind this tournament, so I think the league has taken a bit of a. Yes, this is not my music. This is all chosen by. Oh, the season just ended. Thank you, Zared. You know, I'm glad someone knows. I'm part of the team, and I should know better. But I kind of been focusing on this tournament and just what it means for that. I'm going to go back to, since we have an 8-minute break, I'm going to go back to, sorry, I'm removing the loot music. Although, hold on, let me, I can, there you go. I'll add it to the scene as well, so you can have the music. This is the overall breakdown. The one Rin was, let me pull up the deck list. The one Rin, I believe, was running like aggro Rin, so it wasn't even Lyra Festival. It was just all about trying to win and get early advantage. Let me. Nice. I have not tried aggro Rin. We actually had. I'm not sure if they're still here, but we had the one person. They said they only could stay for a bit, but we had the one person who was playing Sierra in the stream for a bit. The thing that I was really surprised about is the 9 Tasia. Tasia being the second most represented deck in the tournament. 0 in Top Cut though, so 0% conversion rating. Sigismar only 1 in Top Cut. I mean, Waru is a 10 in Top Cut. I'll show the bracket. So as you can see, we have a lot of Waru, and our left side of the bracket is full Ortis with 1 Sigismar. I don't know the results of the things yet, aside from the game that we just watched, with Warrior Band beating Coinzel. But I'll have to check out the. Yeah, no Kesha, unfortunately. Kojo was the only, going back to the hero breakdown, Kojo was the only Bravo stack represented at 2 and had a 50% conversion rating. Both Kojos were running different style decks. The Kojo that made it into Top Cut was running Axiom, or the Foundry Axiom Bastion, so looking to get a lot of value off of from reserve abilities when playing from hand, Ratatosker being a great example. 1 cost from hand, and then is played, if used with the Foundry, gets its from reserve 2 or 3 boosts depending on rarity. The other Kojo that did not make it to Top Cut was a more aggro version of Kojo. And I guess it wasn't able to make it. We see, so if we look at the bracket again, we can see we have representation from every faction except for Muna. Even though Muna was tied. Well, Zared, I know you're, you know, you've been talking about Navanka being your, maybe I shouldn't be spoiling the tech, but Navanka being the best Waru counter. What do you think is the response to Waru? Because there was 0 Navanka. There, Lyra was only represented by Fen and Crowbar. I think that, you know, I also think that there's a bit of a thing where people are just a bit afraid to not. Waru's the boogeyman currently, and I think people are just, they decided to play the best deck instead of trying to counter the best deck. Fen, to me, seems like the best. Fen, I think, works really well into Waru, just because they can generate a lot of value. I haven't looked too much into Kojo. At this point, yeah, green is Muna. And so far, there have been 2 major tournaments, and both have been won by Waru. One of them having a Waru versus Waru for finals. That is still possible in this, because we have 3 Warus on the right side of the bracket. I would selfishly like it to not be Waru v Waru, just because I think it'd be more fun to see. But at the same time, Waru mirror matches, I think, are incredibly... Waru mirror matches, I think, are very technical and can be fun to watch. But, you know, I guess it can come down to a bit to who gets to play Robin Hood more. I don't know. Well, I shouldn't speculate about the finals. We still have 2 more rounds to go before we even get there. The next match is going to be Mad Mask versus Matmatu. So that will be Fen versus Waru, although we knew that Waru was going to win one of it was a Waru v Waru. So it seems like we're staying in the non-Ortis bracket. Understandable. Let the Ortis fight it out, and then we'll see one of them in finals, and we'll keep with the more diverse half of the bracket. So we will be seeing Fen and Waru for the top 8. I think as I was saying, I think Fen has a good matchup into Waru. I think that's why we've been seeing so much Fen. Although, in the top cut of every tournament we've seen Fen, not be able to finish it out. We'll maybe see that change, but so far, Waru has just been impressive. Let me check and see Fluka. I currently do not see any Pluka on the main sheet. If they have a different name on the oh yeah, this is mainly a European tournament. The rounds for me yesterday were from 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. So I was sleeping during all of it. I woke up just to get to the tail end, and currently it is 9 a.m. for me. Yes, all the deck lists were made available beforehand, I believe. I believe it was shared with everyone in Celebration Talk. Oh, Celebration News. You can see all the deck lists. I just wanted to make sure, because I'm an admin for the Celebration tournament, that I didn't just get that because I'm special. I can also, if you really want, where is it? I'm looking. Let me just switch something real quick. We'll switch to this real quick. If you want to look at the Sierra and Oddball list, we have Lyra Chronicler, which is just resupply. Again, this is all going to be in French, so I might not fully understand it. When you play a permanent with hand cost 3 or less, you may put a card from your reserve into your hand. Alright, the Kellen guy. Good luck on your next round if you're in it. I didn't get to see the other results, but since you got to disappear, I'm going to assume you made it to the top 8. The Kellen guy was our number 1 seed going into Top Cut, playing Waru despite their name being Axiom coded. Martingale, when you play a permanent with hand cost 3 or less, if you control a token, oh yeah, if you control a token, I gain 2 boosts. Yeah, that sounds like I gain 2 boosts. Good uniques. 3. Oh, look at this. This is some spicy. Kellen Generator. Okay. Armor Jammer. Armor Jammer, importantly, not giving us the full value because it only costs 2. Oh, I just realized I'm catering to Zared too much. I should be using this time to look at the deck list of our next tournament, or of our next match. So let's see, we have this is our Fen list. We see Magical Training is an interesting addition to Fen. Magical Training, I'd be very interested to see how this is working, or how this is feeling, just because if it gets resupplied into your zone, I mean, you do have cards like Hathor, or Hather, I believe it's pronounced, and Ouroboros Inkcaster. Three, the Hatter, I think, is a bit more common when you're running Cernunos, and you can re-anchor Aloe Vera. 2 Paper Heralds, interesting. They can be a 1-cost after you, or they can be an Ortis token, so flexible card. Yeah, the main thing that well, let's look at the uniques. Oh, God, why did I, 1, take Spanish, and then 2, not actually retain any of it? When I leave the expedition, sabotage. When I go to reserve from the expedition, draw a card. Okay, so that's just a pretty valuable Tanuki, sabotage, and draw a card. Ouroboros Inkcaster. You may put a card from your hand into reserve if you do sabotage. When played from hand, put a card from your reserve into your hand. Okay, so we have Flamel, basically. When you may put a card from your hand into reserve. If you do, I gain 1 boost for every card. Oh, Anansi on a Disciple. Interesting. 1 Sandman. Still has pretty good stats from reserve. Even though you don't get the sleep effect. That's the reason I'm hesitant about Sandman. I worry about any from hand cards just because you can't control what you're going to resupply into. But we do have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have the standard 6 instances of recursion for Fen. I mean, hey, they made it to top cuts, but they made it to top 8. So, I mean, the deck looks like it can do work. My only thing is Magical Training. I love Magical Training, and I just never considered it for Fen, just because of that 3 cost from reserve. Hopefully we'll see it come at some point, because I want to know how it's doing. Let's see. We can also look at Matsumatsu. This is our Waru deck that we'll be watching in the next game. I believe, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 36 cards. I think these 2 uniques, there was one deck I saw, I believe, that was only running 2 uniques, and there was another deck that was only running 1. I think those both might have been Akesha. I can't remember exactly. This does seem that this deck list is missing 2 uniques, because there is a bug currently that on the site, some uniques just don't have images. So I'm guessing that's what's happening here, because we have 37 cards listed in the deck. So bring those 2 unique slots would bring us up to 39. We see the most interesting thing in this is one, common Quetzalcoatl. Most, let me check my stats. I think this might be the only common Quetzalcoatl that we saw in the... No, there was one other common Quetzalcoatl played, but, yeah, 2 common Quetzalcoatls out of 38 shared amongst the 15 decks. And then, of course, the big one, Anubis. I'm assuming Anubis is mainly going to be, I guess Anubis is mainly, I feel like, gonna be used against Muna. Get rid of Hydrocanas. It's just, we see a lot of, like, Anubis isn't great into the mirror. Because your opponent's probably going to have a token. So it just doesn't help. So you're hoping that your opponent only has one character in play. And off the top of my head, that's Afanas. Afanas will have multiple characters in play, but, you know, they might be trying to boost both of them, or they might be boosting only one character at a time. Oh, looks like we are about to get into the second match. It hasn't started yet. But that's why the music stopped. So I'm interested to see how useful that Anubis ends up being, just because of the amount of one-cost characters that are currently played in the game. Any other spicy things from this? Nope. 2 charge, not that spicy. Every Waru deck ran at least 1 charge with, I believe, like 67%. Let me double check. Yeah, 67%, 2/3. So 10 out of the 15 overall running a second copy of charge. None ran a third. I think that's correct. You don't really want a third charge. Orta Spy. Orta Spy heavily played. There was one Waru that was not playing any Orta Spy, and they did make it into the top cut, I believe. Yes, the player who was not playing Orta Spy did make it to top 16. I don't remember which player that was off the top of my head, so I don't know if they're still in it. But they were in it recently. They're still setting up the game. It is a bit of a just a setup to do it. We're having both players stream part of their perspective so that we can use their hands and see what's going on. There is no and there is a spectator feature in BGA, but it does not let us see hands. So unfortunately, while that is usable, we want to have as much, we want to show the audience as much information as possible. So we are taking a little extra time just to set up the, all the information so that we can see each other, so we can see both players' hands. I do think, the Hatter is very strong into Waru. Waru struggles a bit more with anchored effects, especially since they have teamwork training. All Warus are running 3 copies of teamwork training. So they only need 3 characters to send back your Cernunos. So I guess, anchoring it might not be the greatest, but if they don't have teamwork training, you can get great value off of anchoring Cernunos or Aloe Vera. Aloe Vera doesn't have the stats, but does have the resupply, just giving you more value. An interesting thing about Altered as opposed to other card games is that when you run out of deck, you instead go to, you instead of losing or being unable to play the game, you shuffle your discard back up to make a new deck to draw from. So drawing cards and resupplying, which is a off-brand draw card, basically. You instead put a card into your reserve instead of into your hand, so you get you get 1 used out of it instead of the traditional 2 for most cards. Is incredibly strong because you don't have to worry about decking yourself out. Wandro. Oh, the music's happening again. Looks like we're in a bit of a delay. Zared, I don't know what your Wandro, is that a player? Oh. Huh. Oh, Xandro. Oh, did I misspell that in the bracket? Yep, that's me. That's on my, that W should be a Z. That's Xandro. Xandro is in the, yeah. Yep, that's on someone. Whoever made the bracket, it was me. I made the, I'm the problem. All right, so we're in our first game. Waru versus Fen. Fen going first. There was, I will say, in terms of Waru breakdown overall, there are 3 players in the top cut running Bountiful Meadow, 3 out of the 10. 2 of them are running 3 ofs, 1 of them is running 2 of, and one of the 3 ofs is also running a Grand Endeavor. Those are all of the landmarks that are currently being played in the Waru decks. Oh. Sorry. Didn't realize that. Went away for a second. I will say, I think it's very interesting. We have a lot of Ordis troopers, and not surprising, but most of them are rare. I think yeah. Was it after I guess it was after Angers, where people really started, as a whole, playing rare Ortis Trooper. We were seeing it at some of the top players online, but we weren't really seeing it in the masses yet. And I think a good amount of players have switched over to that rare Ortis Trooper. Common Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, there's been some discussion around Quetzalcoatl recently. Is it worth it? The main matchups that it helps you into are Treyst and Fen. Treyst, you kind of just steamroll over a bit anyways. I should say steamroll. But it can feel like that. And Fen has been the second best performing deck of the game so far. So people were saying, is it good enough into Fen that I should still be playing Quetzal? Every player is playing at least one. So I guess they're saying yes, to some extent, you do need to play Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, Kellen was our first seed going into this, so he's been doing very well. Kellen also makes YouTube videos, so a nice shout out there. Check out their stuff. I guess I should also take a moment to be a shill and say, feel free to like and subscribe or whatever. I guess you can like the live stream, but whatever. God, I'm awful at promoting that. So the reason Quetzalcoatl is so strong against Fen is that it gets a smash that like button. Quetzalcoatl creates an Ortis Recruit token whenever a player draws a card or resupplies. Fen, as part of their ability, draws a card, then resupplies, so it's two separate instances. So it's two Ortis Recruits. So that is a free 2/2/2, and you can play it wherever you want. So it's very strong. And also Fen runs other cards that resupply. I believe this Fen list, as we were looking at it, really only runs the rare Lyra Chronicler. Let me move that over. And Aloe Vera. That's a big Anansi. Now the only way we have to anchor cards in this deck is the Hatter. Anansi, an important thing is most anchored effects in the game are target hand cost 3 or less currently. So 3 is a very important hand cost to have. Anansi it just was a 6/6/6 for 3, massive stats, twice the normal stats. As a general rule, base stats are equal to the cost. So that gets as you get higher costs, that fluctuates more. I think at 4 costs is when you start getting a bit higher, and should be a 4/4/5 is the standard stat spread. Or the at-rate stat spread, I should say. So Anansi would be a great target for anchored if we had it, but we don't. An important thing to note is that we also have 2 Martingales in the reserve for the Fen player. That is a free 2 mana, essentially, because you can discard them for their support ability to reduce the cost of the next card you play. Fen, I feel like feels incredibly good to play just because you can do so much with it. Now, how are we going to effectively use our last bit of mana? Acapella training into the Thoth. It doesn't go into effect this turn, but it does give them fleeting for the next turn. Waru doesn't have any way to remove fleeting, so it will reduce the value. And currently, we see the Fen one expedition ahead. Waru, generally a slower start. So while you are hoping to use the rare Ortis recruits to take an expedition early, Megan, it's in your faction. It's in Lyra. You have Megan. This is the promo you have. You have Fen and Crowbar. So you could play this deck. Let me know. I lost my train of thought. Important to note, I'm gonna say that I'm saying that so much. That's my catchphrase, I guess. Teamwork training is in hand. So very strong. Also Cloth Cocoon. What we're seeing the Waru players struggle with is playing the Quetzal. And if they want to sleep it. If they do, then currently we're seeing we're waiting for Fen to discard. Because they only have 2 reserve. The Quetzalcoatl, if you want to get the most value out of it, you want to sleep it with Waru's ability. But Cloth Cocoon can get rid of... Oh, wait. Sorry. I'm wrong. We're not at the night phase. We're still in day. So we are waiting for Waru to decide whether they want to get rid of... Whether they want to sleep the Quetzal or not. If they do, it'll pretty much just get shot immediately by the Cloth Cocoon, I would imagine. So they're just going to play it not sleeping. You don't get the value off of Quetzalcoatl, but from Quetzalcoatl's ability, but you still get the 3/3/3 in stats. So that should be helpful for an advancement. We have 6 mana as Fen. So we can only play 2 of our cards in the turn. And our opponent has and our opponent has 1 card in hand and 3 mana up. I feel like I would probably play the Anansi from hand myself, but that can easily just get shot down by the teamwork training, and eat up 3 mana. I don't think that there's currently a way for us to double advance as Waru. So it'll probably just be best to go for a single and Fen has no chance of double advancing. Playing the Anansi from reserve, it does weaken your other Anansi, but it does... If I had played the Anansi from hand like I had wanted to, that loses a lot more value than... well, I guess it's the same value. Because you still have 1 in reserve at the end of the day. It just seems worse. But you can play this... if you were to play the Anansi from hand right now, he would have 3 cards in reserve, so playing the Cernunos makes it so that he does not have to forego value by discarding a card from reserve. That's probably why this person's in the top 8 and I'm commentating. Because they make good decisions. The Cloth Cocoon is just going to be there tempting, or taunting, rather, Waru the entire time. We see the first Robin Hood. Robin Hood, if it gets played, easy Cloth Cocoon. I don't know what that was. I think that might have been one of the players looking at the. This is open deck list, so I think that was Mad Mask just checking out what the opponent has in their deck. Monolith Legate kind of puts Fen in the position of, hey, if you want to, if you don't Cloth Cocoon my Legate right now, I'm going to sabotage the Cloth Cocoon. So has the Cloth Cocoon done enough just in its fear causing abilities that we're okay with losing it now and trying to go for an expedition when if we have 3 minutes, so we can play Ouroboros Incaster, but then any card we have the Waru has mana available, so can play any card to advance on the left or on the right side on the companion expedition. Oh, it seems like wait. Okay, there's a little bit of desync between the hand and the Ouroboros Incaster does, when it goes to reserve, pop the Cloth Cocoon back into our hand and protect the Cloth Cocoon. Zared, you said that as I was saying it. I barely made it before you caught me off guard with it. We do lose the Incaster, but Incaster, while good, not as important, not as important as Cloth Cocoon in this match. So I think we're happy to lose the Incaster. The issue now is that we have the Hatter in hand, and that our Hatter really wants to be in reserve, just because we're mainly using it for the resupply. Sure, it's 5/5 for 4. And we have 2 mana reduction cards in reserve for Fen. I'll quickly go over what the Tanuki does. We went over it a bit in the pregame, but when it leaves the expedition zone, sabotage, and then when it goes to reserve from expedition, draw a card. So both turns at end of day. So could be a card to play out now. Wow. Matu decided to put Robin Hood into mana. I have also played Lorcana, and so I keep being sacrilegious and calling it ink. Yeah, this is war. Yeah, this is the thing about it seems like this Fen deck has a bit heavier bodies than some other Fen decks. Mainly the Cernunos. Incredibly strong, able to I think worked well in this game. And that's gonna be Fen winning game 1. Important to note, no Robin Hoods, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, no Robin Hoods were played that match. So let me, while they set up round 2, we'll look at the deck lists again. So did we see any of Matu's uniques? I don't think we did, because we have 2 cards unaccounted for. I'm not sure if like things have been updated since yesterday when I was preparing all this. I think so. We have, you know, each line is 6 cards, so we have 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36. So we have 36 non-uniques, so that would mean the 3 uniques, but I'm not sure. We're getting into our second game now, so let me switch on over to that. Oh, seems like we got some fixing the hands right now. Unless Fen is now running Ortis cards, which, hey, you know, go for it, Fen. Play the bureaucrats against Waru. See how he likes it. I think we see Waru going first again, or we see Waru going first, which means that they will not be going first on turn 4, or on 4 mana on turn 2. So they will not have the option to immediately play their Robin Hood and tax the Fen. Waru players have been saying that that's very important. You would choose to go second on turn 1 if you... or that is the current thought process. I think it's interesting, you know, I don't think we have enough data. I said this earlier, but I don't think we have enough data to really decide if going first or second currently has the same power disadvantage that other card games have. Going first in almost every card game is incredibly powerful, game-breakingly so in some regards. We'll see a Thoth come into play, so basically taking the first turn off, deciding not to use the Ozma and the Ortis recruit, or the Ortis trooper, for just value to try to advance. Probably a safe play. Gwent, if I remember, was also a similar, like, you're passing back and forth, correct? I think because of the passing back and forth between turns helps a lot in games like this. Well, helps a lot in just like turn balance, because it doesn't have the it doesn't have the same level of power disadvantage, because you're sharing a turn, kind of, as opposed to most other games. Hold on. Sorry. Let me just make sure. Has this... Okay. There wasn't a move for a while, so I was afraid that it somehow froze. Acapella Training. Acapella Training is a great card because, you know, even though we're sleeping it, or not sleeping, we're giving fleeting to a token, it does pass priority. So we get no value off of the actual ability of Acapella Training, but we do get to pass the turn and see where we want to play. Although we're kind of forced to play something now. I guess we could Ouroboros and Caster into... Yeah. So we're kind of locking ourselves into playing Cernunos here. I guess we could play Aloe Vera, but it'd be for... lowered... we wouldn't be able to anchor, and so we wouldn't get a lot of value. Okay, Waru having a much better time this game. Able to eke out an important double advance, giving Waru the tempo of the game. Now, last game, it was not incredibly close. We had... I think Fen played that side because they didn't want to... they didn't want to give Thoth any value, and it kind of was saying, hey, you have to have the Ortis recruit. Or the Ortis trooper, sorry. And I don't think it would have mattered anyways, because the Ortis trooper could have gone to the Thoth lane and still advanced. So they should have been able to double advance. But they were just, I guess, hedging their bets and making it so they had to have the Ortis trooper. I believe that's the only... Let me just double check. No, they also are on Frog Prince as they could have had another Frog Prince as a 1 cost. So it's basically saying, all right, you have to have a 1 cost or I advance here. Unfortunately, it did not pay off for the Fen player. That is pretty brutal. All right, so we have our Robin Hood, which is the one unique that I have information on. So cards your opponent plays cost 1 more. From hand, you may put a card from your hand into reserve. If you do, what? The next card you play this turn costs 1 less, I believe is what that says. Sorry, I don't speak French. Fen being able to get some crucial tempo back. Although Robin Hood is on the board. And no, Robin Hood's no longer asleep, so Cloth Cocoon can't remove it. Although we do have Twinkle Twinkle, but we can't even play both because that would be seven mana after the tax. Important to note, Aloe Vera, it will cost 4 to play instead of 3, but its ability to gain anchored will only cost 1 still. We have a second Robin Hood in hand as well as teamwork training. So this is going to be a rough turn for Mad Mask. I keep wanting to say Mad Max. Because Matsu has enough mana to play both. And it will, if Mad Mask decides to play Aloe Vera, which, kind of seems like their only play. This is a rough position for Fen. Because there's no way they can play 2 cards this turn, I don't think. Yeah, because they can they can cost one. They can make their next card cost one less with Twinkle Twinkle, but all their cards cost 3. If Hathor was in hand, they'd be able to play 2 cards, but unfortunately, it's in reserve. And because Fenn's on the play this round, Waru is just going to be able to counter whatever they play. So this, bringing back Aloe Vera, just to make it remove fleeting. Might as well give it anchored because you're not going to be able to play anything else. Does need to play the Robin... Matu does need to play the Robin Hood first in order to get 3 characters to Teamwork Training the Aloe Vera. And that's going to be a double advance for Matu while keeping a Robin Hood tax on the board. Fen... No Robin Hood played game 1, and Fen took it pretty handily. Now that we're seeing the Robin Hoods, it doesn't seem as strong. A bit of a I don't know, it doesn't seem like a great draw, because I believe that was 2 charge that Matu just drew. Not incredibly helpful at this moment. Cloth Cocoon, get rid of the Robin Hood. Now, that was the Robin Hood that already had fleeting. It would have stayed around for another turn, but it's still, you're getting rid of 2 turns of value as opposed to like 4 if there was a freshly played Robin Hood. As you can see, Waru always trying to keep at least 1 bureaucrat asleep in order to get their ability to activate each turn. And this is going to be another double advance. Oh, no, it won't be a double advance. It'll just be a tie. Oh, no, decides not to use the charge. Interesting. Figures the tie isn't worth it. I'll let them advance and keep the charge for this next turn when I'm hoping to finish the game. I think that's a good choice. Ooh. So we're going to want to put 1 card into mana. That way we have 8 mana to play. Interesting. Valuing the Teamwork Training over the +4/+4/+4 that charge would bring if all cards are played out. I'm guessing hoping to play the Ortis Attorney last, see if they can if they can win, and if they don't, then they'll just sleep it to draw a card. All right, now we have a unique. Let me pull up what that does. Ouroboros Inkcaster. You may put a card, when played from anywhere, you may put a card from your hand into reserve. If you do sabotage, you may return a card from your reserve to your hand. And it's a 3-cost 3/3/1. And sabotaging the Robin Hood, incredibly strong. Because Robin Hood, if played, would have made it so Mad Mask could only play 1 more card this turn, just because of the way that the tax works out. So that kept Fen in this game. I wouldn't necessarily say that Fen wins right now. I think Fen could win, but that definitely saved Fen. That was a very important moment, because getting rid of that Robin Hood allowed Fen to get back into this game. I don't want to count Waru out just yet. because Fen isn't able to win this turn. Yeah, this is definitely a good position for the Fen now. But I don't want to... I just... Fen will be... If Fen gets the double advance, which... most likely should. I'm trying to think if there's any way to stop the double advance. It doesn't look like it. Because if you teamwork training, the fact that Fen Mad Mask is competing in water just makes it irrelevant. So, oh, there is a way to stop the double advance? Doesn't Fen just play Aloe Vera out and get the advance there? Oh, because they're tied. They're tied on companion side. They're tied on companion. Yep. Only single advance. Yep, that was the correct play. I forgot Anansi was 3-3. In my head it was 4-4-4, but it removed itself from reserve. So it didn't get that. It didn't get a boost from that. Oh, this is Quetzalcoatl, good card, but not in potentially the final turn of the game. Oh. I think we keep everything. We don't mana as Waru. And we can't decide not to mana as Fen. It's a requirement. Frog Prince going to be going in the companion expedition because they're fighting on mountain and that doesn't do anything. I would assume that's the next card to be played. Keep the Quetzal for last and then charge. Let me see. Cloth Cocoon not doing much. It can remove the Ortis Attorney, but that's not what we're hoping to do. Bouncing the Tinkerbell back, just because we're not getting use out of its Sabotage this turn. No spell that Ortis is currently running isn't fleeting, so it's not like we can sabotage a spell that's played. So there's no way for the Tinkerbell to gain value, so just reducing its cost by 1 and keeping value for next turn. Interesting to play the Quetz second. I really think they had the opportunity to play the Frog Prince, because the Frog Prince only has value. Well, I guess doesn't only have value. It can technically be 1 after charge. Interesting. Oh, they want to hold the Frog Prince just to see if later they need to sleep it. Yeah, that's it. And that's Fen. That's Fen taking down a Waru. That is a Fen in top 4. So G. I haven't been able to see. Let me see if I can get the results for the other matches up. Okay. Okay. So we currently have, it seems like, it was Steph R as Waru versus Warrior Ban as Afanas, the Afanas we saw from round 1. But Steph R got DQ'd. I don't know why, but it seems they got DQ'd. So that is, it will be Fen versus Afanas in the semifinals. And we have Waru, and we'll have Waru versus Waru in the finals of our Ortis bracket, because the Kellen guy will let me. Here, I will show. So this is currently our bracket. So we are guaranteed to have, because this was Waru versus Afanas, and then this was Fen versus Waru. It's shocking that I forgot Waru's name for a second, considering how prevalent he is in this thing. Kellen Guy, hey, you made it to top 8. Congrats. We still have one match going on, but it is Waru versus Waru, and then it'll be another Waru versus Waru. So we will have a guaranteed Waru in finals, and then we will either have Afanas and Fen. I don't know for sure. My guess is that we will have, we will be watching the Afanas versus the Fen match. But, you know, they could decide to go with the Waru versus Waru. What time zone are you in, Kellen? If you don't mind me asking. Obviously, don't feel the need to share if you don't want to. We've looked at both of the deck lists for our. So we have Afanas. And then we have nice. So this is the Ortis. We'll might as well take a look at the Ortis list. Currently, since we've already looked at the other two semifinalists. Oh, time limit? Yeah, it sucks when things like that happen, but you know, unfortunately, it has to happen sometimes to keep tournaments running and everything. We see the standard sticky note seals. We have two thoughts common. We're missing one unique, it looks like. 2 Ozma. Ortis Cadets. Ortis Cadets was, let me check. Out of all of the 15 Warus in the tournament, 5 of them ran Ortis Cadets. 1 ran a 1-of, and 4 ran 2-ofs. So that is a 33% chance for a deck to have an Ortis Cadet in it. One of our semi-finalist Warus does have Ortis Cadets. We see, again, the 3 rare troopers that we've talked about becoming more. Kokoba was actually a card we saw in a number of deck lists. Just going back and forth between all my stat sheets. Kokoba was seen in seven out of the 15 deck lists, so a little under 50%. Although one of those was a unique, and one list ran a common and a unique Kokoba. I tend not to really consider uniques as the actual card, unless it is like like Robin Hood. There were unique Robin Hoods. I consider that to be like a rare version of the Robin Hood, because it's normally replacing that. But uniques that aren't slotted into every deck, I don't count them the same way. So we saw a good amount of one of Kokobas in this tournament. Two Quetzes, which I believe was, yeah, there was a fair amount of people running only 2 Quetzes. So 9 people running 3 Quetzes. 5 people running 2 Quetzes, and 1 lone person running just 1 Quetzalcoatl. 2 Sandman. A lot of Sandman. It seemed like people were moving away from Sandman prior to the Arizona tournament, and I'm not sure about the representation of Sandman in Angers, but Sandman made a huge resurgence in this meta. I'm not that surprised at that, but it is just worth noting. This is the person running the unique. So let's look at this. If you have 3 people, if you have 3 characters or more, create a 1/1/1 Ortis recruit in each expedition. So 2. I think that might be target expedition. And then it has a bureaucrat. It's a 2 cost, so that works well, and it's a bureaucrat discounter. And then the unique Frog Prince says, I think that's Thoth. Thoth on unique Frog Prince. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot more sense. I thought it was each expedition at first, and then I saw the 2 costs, and I was like, that'd be pretty powerful. Still good. It's still above rate, and you can split it between target. If it's target expedition, you can split it between the 2. So versatile. Yeah, this seems to be create a 1/1 Ortis recruit in your other expedition. Oh no, in your companion expedition. God, why didn't I learn French? And again, we don't know. We seem to have 36 cards here, so we don't know what this third unique is. Which could be a Thoth, because I believe this is the only. If it is a Thoth, this is the only Waru in the tournament that was running 2 Thoths. So I wouldn't be surprised if the third unique was a Thoth, but I have no way to confirm that right now. And we have our second, or I guess our final semifinalist in Carnegie. So let me get their deck list so we can look at that. Again, I don't think we're going to be watching the Waru game, but we have already seen both the other players play a match, so we might. So we have rare Robin Hood, unique Robin Hood, unique Ozma, unique Paper Herald. This has Sandman on a Paper Herald. Let me. Let's see. I believe the Ozma has the standard draw card if you have 4 characters or more, and I believe it gives a character fleeting. I believe Fugas is fleeting. And then the Robin Hood also gives fleeting while making cards cost more. But you have to, but that's at dusk? Or no, when I hold on. I have no idea. Anyway, these are the uniques. We have 3 Sandman. 2 Ordis Recruit. I'm wondering if, yeah, there's the third one as a common. 3 Thoth. A total of 3 Frog Princes. Is this deck full 3-ofs? Aside from 1 Kokoba and 1 Charge? Yeah, 1 Kokoba, 1 Charge, 1 Paper Herald, and the rest are 3-ofs. Nice. Let me see. Interesting. I think we're having just a little break between, getting the next round set up. So, I'll go back over, I'll just go to this. I do think, looking at the tournament as a whole, it's interesting to see, we have heroes like Atsadi and Arak who just don't really seem to have the support right now to really compete on a higher level. Still very fun, just not able to get numbers. I'm a bit surprised there was no Basira. I guess because Basira seemed like a fan favorite for Bravos. I guess Kojo just being a bit more consistent. And I think there was a lot of hype around Subash in Axiom going into this, but his ability puts a token into play at the beginning of the turn, so your opponent is able to play around it. It's not as strong because of that. You know, the fact that it gives knowledge to the player, to your opponent, and lets them, it telegraphs your plays. Also, you are losing a use of a card because you're putting a card from your hand into reserve. Now, a lot of your cards have bonuses from reserve, but you don't have the same level of card draw that Treyst does to keep you in the game, so you run out of steam pretty quickly. So while Subash seemed going into release to be, people were hyping it up a lot as like the strongest deck in Axiom and maybe one of the strongest decks in the game. But we've seen it fall off the map just because it doesn't have the same value generation that other decks have. I am not surprised by the amount of Waru. I'm a bit surprised at the amount of Sigismar. I know Sigismar has been playing very well on ladder. There's been a lot of people winning with Sigismar in the board game arena playlist, but it hasn't seemed to perform well in any of the tournaments so far. I wouldn't be surprised if Sigismar either changes something in its playstyle, or if we see a little less representation of Sigismar going forward. I'm a bit surprised there was only 4 Fens, because Fen has been sort of this seemingly the second best performing deck in terms of placements. I guess people and you know, we saw it perform well into Waru, because there's tons of heroes that struggle into Waru and therefore can't really exist in the meta right now. Everything else, I was very surprised by the amount of Tasha. Very surprised at the amount of Tasha. Tasha, I think, is a fan favorite. Excuse me. Sorry, I just had to cough for a second. Tasha is a fan favorite, but just hasn't been able to see a lot of hasn't seen a lot of tournament results. And Tasha, like Subash, has the disadvantage of having to play a bit more, having to play your strongest card first, or the card you want to get a boost first. So you have less overall turn advantage, because your opponent gets to see what you're trying to do before, and then decide what they want to do. A lot of other decks, I mean, we see just in the amount of one costs. One costs fit incredibly well into any deck because of they can fix your cost curve. But they also act as after use. You play them for cheap, and then you pass priority. Your opponent then has to move, and you get to answer how they move. One costs are so powerful in this game. And it's because of the being able to play around your opponent. So heroes like Tasia, Subash, even Kojo and Sigismar that have more telegraphed play at the beginning of their turns, I think suffer a bit because of that, maybe not apparent at first weakness, but I do think it is a weakness. Not to the point where the heroes are unplayable or anything. Again, Sigismar has been doing very strong on the ladder. I think Tasia and Kojo, you know, I've seen a lot of hype around Kojo. Kojo is a hero I'm very excited to look more into as I move into my second sort of cycle of deck guides. You know, we're waiting for the game to set up, so I'm going to take a moment to chill a bit. I have been making deck guides. I've made one deck guide for each hero of in the game. One hero from each faction in the game currently. Waru, Tasia, Afanas, Treyst, Fen, and Basira. The guides that I've made are for each of the most represented heroes in the in this tournament for their faction, except for Basira, who had no one play them. I'm a bit surprised by that. But now that I've made one for every faction, I am going to move a bit more into jumping around, and I think the next one I'm going to look into is Kojo, just because I think specifically the Foundry Axiom Bastion version of Kojo, because I think that's nice. What type of Kojo was he playing? Was he playing the Foundry version? Because that version seems really interesting to me. I'm really excited for that version. When I first saw Kojo, I saw him as just sort of aggro. It was not Foundry? Okay. But then I saw some people toying around with Foundry, and it just seems like a really fun playstyle. I haven't played around with Kojo enough to really say whether it's the correct way, or not correct, but the more powerful way currently to build Kojo. But that is the version of Kojo I'm most excited to try out. And I believe we looked at it. Actually, I'm not sure if I showed it on stream, but I looked at it a bit myself when I was preparing for this. The Kojo that made it to top 16, and actually made it to top 8, I believe. Oh wait, no, the Fen beat Kojo round 1, so in the top 16 match, is a Foundry version. Hoping, so we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 1/3 of the deck from reserve abilities, and technically every character having the chance to have reserve abilities with Haven Bravos Bastion to play. I think it's very interesting that only one version of Haven Bravos Bastion. Your rare slots are taken up by the Axiom Bastion, so I guess prioritizing the additional rare slots over the boosts the resupply given by Haven Bravos Bastion rare, since the common still gives you the boosts and can turn on your Axiom, your Foundry Axiom Bastions. Seems we are setting up for the... Oh, never mind. Psyched me out there for a second. Seemed like we were setting up, but then we went back to a wait screen. Oh. We might be starting again. Yeah, it seems like they're setting up. I guess I should also say, take this chance if you haven't already. You're most likely here because you already know about the ExAlts, but check out their Discord. The latest season of the league just ended, but we also plan on doing more tournaments like this in the future. We are currently in the works. This one was heavily based around Europe because there's a huge European population playing the game, and specifically in France, but also other parts of Europe. And we wanted them to, and most of the ExAlts team is French. We are in talks to do a North American tournament at some point. We haven't locked down the details yet. We were hoping to do that though, just so it's I as far as I know, I don't think it's going to be locked to just North America, but it's going to be a more North American friendly time. So if you are excited by that, be sure to join the Discord, and we'll hopefully have more information on that soon. And it's also just a good group of people. Feel free to you can talk. There's a decklist channel. You can share have people rate your deck list, share your thoughts on how you think the game is going and where the game is heading. So check out the Discord. There's also there's more French speaking stuff. I guess if you're here, you're not really part of the French speaking community, because this is the English cast and you're not doing the French cast. Maybe you just like me better. I mean, I can understand that. I'm great. So maybe you just want to hang out with me instead of the French casters. But there are still resources for other languages besides French in the Discord. All right, we're still getting into it, so hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer. I'll just look at our bracket one more time. We have, it seems like they're already playing. We are on a 10-minute delay because we didn't want anyone to be able to get an unfair advantage by scouting their opponent's hands or anything like that. So we are on a 10-minute delay, so the games are currently going on, but we will not be able to see them. It looks for another maybe 4 minutes. I am going to get off this screen just because I don't want any spoilers to potentially happen. So I'm going to go back to the hero breakdown. I'm going to take a quick break. I've been commentating for about 2.5 hours, so I'm going to step away for a minute, but I'll be back when the game starts. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Oh, okay, I'm back. The game is still not fully prepared yet. Oh, I'm hearing clicking noises happening. So I think that means we're getting into it now. I don't know which game we're going to be watching. I would go over their deck lists. We haven't seen the Afanas deck list since round 1. Oh, wait. Seems like we are... Nope, still setting up. So let's look at that. The main... sort of the main all-star from the game 1. Yeah, I heard some stuff and I thought the game was starting. Sorry, I ran back. But I got some water, so to help with the vocal cords. The main all-star from the first game was Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan did a very good... Oh, let me move this a bit just so it looks a bit better. At dusk, it loses fleeting, and then when you play from... When it goes to reserve from the expedition, you can pay 1 to put a card from your reserve into your hand. So because it's always losing fleeting and then always going to reserve, you can recur a lot of your spells so to keep them cheap. We also have the Flamel that is able to do that at just a cheaper cost than normal Flamel, and also does it from reserve as well. You do lose the spell reduction support ability, but you gain the ability to make a spell lose fleeting. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we have 3, 6, 9, 11 fleeting spells, it looks like. And the... Oh, you can't even see it right now. The biggest thing I would say is the Ortis Carrier. That performed very well in the first game, allowing wait. Let me double check. Yes, this is... I just wanted to make sure I had the correct deck list. So we have the Ortis Carrier that put in good work, allowing us to always have a character on board to target with our boosts. And I'll be honest, I was shocked when I saw this, and I was curious as to how it would work. But now that I think about it more, it does make sense. Sure, you don't get the same... we have no Blade Dancers, so this is... we have no Blade Dancers in this deck, which, has been a staple. We also have no Helping Hand. Not as important, if we're using a token most of the time. But Helping Hand, I think, works well without Bravo's Blade Dancer. Just because it can help you recur, Mage Dancer, or just any one cost card. Also, a lack of Katagiran Alchemist. So we have 1, 2, 3, 9, 15, 16. So we have 16 characters, leaving 20 spells and 3. So we are really going in on this. Our characters don't matter as much as because we have these tokens, which, might be the correct way to play Afanas, because the biggest struggle, I think, with Afanas has on paper, one of the strongest hero abilities because it's not limited to once per turn. Your hero ability on average per turn should get you 1/1/1 in stats. Kojo does that because it's 2/2/2 every other turn. Sigishmar does that. Tasha does that. Basira does that, but it's conditional. Waru does that if he has a bureaucrat. Subhash does that because it costs 1, and then it's 1/1/1 on top of that because it's a 2/2/2. So, okay, we are now going into the game. And we have... Oh, we are doing the Waru versus Waru. I guess that's fair. We haven't seen any Waru in the top deck, in the top cut yet. Even though there was so much Waru in it. I'll be excited to see where... who wins the other matchup, though. Because we know there's going to be a Waru in finals, but we also know there's going to be a non-Waru in finals. If I had to predict, I would probably say the Fen. But, you know, because Fen doesn't have the same type of removal that other heroes do, Afanas could do pretty well. Oh, hold on. Why is this? Huh. Let me just settle something real quick. I guess we're just going to do this. There. Sorry, something was happening with the way I had constructed it, and I had to just readjust something. So we're going to see a double advance by Alcuin. Starting off strong, although will not get the bonus from Waru's bureaucrat ability, and we will get and Carnegie will get a total of 2 Ortis recruits, 1 from Thoth and 1 from Waru. We see Robin Hood in both players' hands. Important that this unique Robin Hood does still cost 4. So we'll be able to be played this turn and stop Alcuin from playing Robin Hood. If that's the case, is there a way for Alcuin to double advance if all Carnegie does is play the Robin Hood? Probably not. Not while still sleeping Monolith Legate. Oh yeah, well no, they only can play one. They can only play one character. So a strong turn 1 by Alcuin getting the double advance, but it's going to be answered most likely with the double advance here. There is the option for Alcuin to use the rare Ortis Trooper and then the Kakoba. Oh no, wait, no, the Kakoba. Oh, can play a character for 1 less because of the Kakoba support ability. The Kakoba support ability makes the next bureaucrat you play cost 1 less, so could reduce that monolith legate to be able to play the legate and the trooper. But that still, you would have to not sleep the legate in order to advance. And you also can't stop a double advance. In my head, Kokoba was could create a 1/1 Ortis recruit because that's what my unique Kokoba does. But my unique Kokoba, as the name suggests, is not the same as this unique Kokoba. This one creates this one reduces bureaucrats. So we will see the double advance answered with a double advance on Carnegie's part. We have Robin Hood in hand for Alcuin, but that would be their entire turn. It would stop. Let me see. Is that Ozma? Is that Ozma a 2 cost? Yes, the Ozma is a 2 cost. The hand is a bit blurry, so I just wanted to double check. And I believe the Ozma from hand gives a character fleeting. So it could give what we're gonna put the Paper Herald into mana. Could give the Legate fleeting or whatever Alcuin decides to play. We also have the Ortis Spy for 3. If the Robin Hood is played, though, we will only be able to play 1 card. Oh, that's what it was. Oh. Robin Hood is whenever a character enters your expedition, give target character fleeting if you put a card from your hand into reserve. That's okay. Okay. Playing a sleeping Legate down just to get rid of the Robin Hood at the end of the day. Still is able to play the Ortis Trooper to if something goes down in this companion expedition. So we should be seeing a single advance from both players. Actually no. We could see a double advance from Carnegie if they decide to not sleep Quetzalcoatl. Actually, no, it would be a tie. Because it would be 5-5-5. But just decide to allow a single advance for both sides and keep up the pressure as and keep the Quetzalcoatl on board. The Quetzalcoatl will count as 2 Ortis recruits next turn, so that can easily contest the that can start Carnegie off as contesting the Hero Expedition for 2/2/2, winning in Mountain as they need. But that is 1 Robin Hood down for Carnegie. Still 2 more. Ortis Attorney and Ozma, both 2 costs. So it looks like possibly hoping, or not hoping, but saying if you play Robin Hood after I play my Attorney, I can still play a card, and if you don't, I can draw something off Ozma that costs 2 that I could play. Now, the 2 or less costs in Carnegie's deck are the Frog Princes, Ortis Attorneys, Ortis Trooper, Monolith Legates, and Ozma. So, and Charge. So we'll probably see. Okay. Robin Hood goes down, making so we can only play 1 more card this turn. I was going to say, there is an interesting play where you go for a double advance, but then you don't have a Sleeping Bureaucrat to get a recruit next turn, and you also don't draw a card off Ortis Attorney. And you would have to discard down to 3 from your reserve. So just in terms of value, you wouldn't want to do that, even though it does put you at a tempo advantage in terms of expeditions. You know, one of the things with Waru is you have to be a bit patient. Play the long game. Which in Altered still is pretty short. You know, long games, I feel like go at max 25 minutes or something. But in a best of 3 scenario, that can be they can bring you to time. I believe we still have time limits in Top Cut. But I'm not 100% sure on that off the top of my head. So we will see the single advance, just happy trading back expedition advancements at this point. Yeah. I mean, you should I don't want to advocate for slow play, but you should be taking as much time as you need. You should not feel rushed. At the same time, you don't want to stall out the clock. I know there have been other card games where that's like a viable strategy. That doesn't seem, you know, fun, and if I won like that, I wouldn't feel good, but yeah, we're going to get rid of the Charge. Charge is one of those cards that, you know, I think it's good. It can win you games, but to me, it kind of feels like small step, giant leap. You really only want it to win the game. You want it for that final turn. Sure, you can, unlike a small step, giant leap, you can use it throughout the game to create tempo, but it really feels like you should it feels like you want to use it at the very end as opposed to throughout the game. Yeah, BGA's timing system, these are all through friendly matches, so I assume it's the same timing system. But it resets after a certain amount of time. I think it's a bit like a chess clock, but I feel like it's given more time than usual sometimes. Like if I'm down to a minute and then a couple turns later, I feel like I'm back up to the 3 minutes. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much. It's good that there's some timing system, and then also you have to, account for, some people play this on mobile, like through their browser, and so things take time to load more. I would be a bit surprised if people were playing this tournament on mobile, but hey, you do have the ability to. We can only play one more card this turn, and it looks like it's going to be the Quets. This... Okay, I was going to say, not... I feel like you should sleep, because you're not... Yeah. Okay, I thought they weren't sleeping, because there's no reason... You're not winning, and you're not stalling them. So you might as well sleep. This is going to be rough, though, because Alcuin's going to get a double advance. Won't have anything to start on the board, and, Carnegie doesn't know this, but only has 2 Ortis Troopers in hand currently. Okay. Ortis Spy is going to be a really good draw. Get rid of that Robin Hood just to reduce the tax, or make sure that the tax doesn't come online. Sticky Note Seal is great. For Carnegie, I feel like it's tempting for Alcuin to keep Sticky Note Seals. As we can see, because we have perfect knowledge, it's not a good play because there's nothing in Carnegie's hand that is targetable by Sticky Note Seals, so it is a dead draw for this turn. Doesn't mean it can't be helpful later, but it will not be helpful this turn. And when you're 1 expedition win away from winning the first game, it's tempting to just try and maximize your win percentage for this turn. Monolith Legate is the best mana target if you're just going for this turn, although Monolith Legate really helps for future turns. So I think it's good that Alcuin went with the Monolith Legate, kept the Monolith Legate, because they don't have to win this turn. They can, and if they do, great. But Monolith Legate hedges your bets a bit and makes it so, hey, if I don't win this turn, I can still sabotage and keep your value low. Now, if we don't see the Ortis, interesting. There is the option to Ortis Spy the Ozma, because we have Sticky Note Seal for the Robin Hood. I'm not sure. I think it's probably correct just to go with the Robin Hood, because that does actually, because if you Sticky Note Seal, if you sabotage the Ozma, you have 5 mana left, so you can play Sticky Note Seal, get rid of the Robin Hood, and you still have 1 mana to play Ortis Recruit. Because the Robin Hood would have fleeting, and it's the same as discarding it, but it makes your opponent use 4 mana. I think that could have been a good play. It's not the most intuitive play, because you see Robin Hood, you want to sabotage Robin Hood. Also, Alcuin doesn't know that Robin Hood is the only Sticky Note Seal target currently in Alcuin's hand. I do, so maybe that's affecting my perception of the of what the play should have been this turn. Alcuin, I would assume, is playing the Ortis Trooper next, and then the Monolith Legate, finishing off with the Ozma, because it needs 3 other characters to draw a card. Oh, but drawing a card also gets, because Quetz is in play, also gets Carnegie an additional Ortis Recruit. This is a rough position for Alcuin, even though they have the tempo advantage. I'm not sure if they'll be able to keep it. I expect a double advance from Carnegie this turn. At this point, I don't think there's anything they can Alcuin can do to stop it. Sleep Thoth. It's not gonna get any value. Huh. So there's no way you can win on board. You're losing both lanes. You could play out your Ortis Trooper and your Ozma to draw a card, but that doesn't seem like it generates enough value for the value you're losing. I feel like Alcuin should just pass. Otherwise, I mean, it feels bad because you have 4 mana that you can use, but it gives you the most value going into the next turn. And your opponent's losing... I mean, they'll have Thoth in play, but your opponent's losing Quetz, Ortis Attorney, and you'll be sabotaging the Ortis Spy. Are they hoping they draw... What can they draw off this that helps them? Frog Prince doesn't... Oh, Frog Prince would allow them to advance through water. And stops. Rare Frog Prince would allow them to advance through water and stop. Oh, it wouldn't stop. Yeah, the fact that you draw from Ozma, activating Quetz, I really think they should have just passed. It feels bad, but I think it's the best. It gives you the best options going into this most likely final turn. Interesting. Chose to sabotage the Ortis Recruit instead of the Ortis Spy. The Ortis Spy... Oh, it's a common. So it doesn't have... Yeah. It's just one less grass. One less forest. Because it doesn't have the create Ortis Soldier that the rare does. So it is probably best to get rid of the Ortis Trooper, just because it is a 1 cost and can fit into a turn better. And it's it's 1 additional forest for 1 more mana for the Ortis Spy. So now the important thing about this unique Ozma is that its draw ability... Wait. Wait a minute. Oh, this... Oh, I'm looking at Carnegie's deck. That's why. This unique Ozma has draw from hand as or draw as an at dusk ability. So you won't be able to draw this turn to get any advantage. Now, Sticky Note Seal is dead. And there's a lot of matches where it feels that way, where it just do anything. But the fact that we have Sandman to sleep any character... I think Alcuin should... yeah, play... Might as well play the open information the open information now. It seems like we might be going to a tiebreaker. Because Carnegie's going to play the Ortis Attorney now. Unless Carnegie might be afraid that there's going to be a 4 cost coming out and play the Sandman and try to keep up sticky note seals, that will be like a game that will, you know, put them at a massive disadvantage if they do go with that play. Ortis Attorney is the safest bet, and then you can choose whether you want a Sandman or sticky note seals depending on what the last card is. Alcuin should just play Ortis Trooper again. What is the secondary effect of the Ozma? Let me double check that. Okay. Oh. This Ozma is the unique that is not listed in the deck list. So I don't know what it does. Okay. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, you may discard target permanent. Great. That's useless, but it will draw a card. Interesting not to play the Ortis Trooper. At this point, we might just want to sleep one of our own characters. But... oh, sleep. Well, we're going to tiebreaker. Sleeping the Thoth? Oh, no, if you sleep the Thoth, then they can tie and win the game. Sleeping the Ortis Attorney gets you 666. Or no, gets you 444. Or you can get 2, yeah. So this is the most stats you can get. Well, actually, technically, Ortis Spy gets you the same, but then you have Ortis Attorney, but you'll have 3 cards in reserve. So this is the most efficient resource way. One, it gets you an Ortis Recruit for tiebreaker. It leaves you with only 2 cards in reserve. And it makes it so that the opponent can't win with Ortis. Can't win on the hero side, or at least tie to win the game with the Ortis Trooper. Like, if Thoth was put to sleep. And Kakoba. Kakoba drawn at probably the perfect time. Although... might be a bit difficult to actually pull off. Oh, well, no, we got the Ortis Recruit off of Thoth. So that will save Kakoba. Because it needs 3 other characters to get 2 boosts. I think... interesting. Deciding to get rid of the Legate instead of the Thoth. Probably it's 1 more mana for 3 more stats. So that's fair. And I'm guessing we put the Quets into reserve, or into mana. That way we have 9 mana and we have 9 mana worth of cards. Thinking about putting the Kakoba, but the Kakoba, I guess if you're worried about teamwork training, Kakoba is worse than Quetzalcoatl. But that, I don't know. I don't see any instance where Quetzalcoatl, I guess if Carnegie plays their um, plays an Ozma. Quetzalcoatl gets the same value as Kokoba. Obviously, you have to have three other characters in play. Yeah, Quetz is the one that's got to go. Oh. Seems like someone had some time shenanigans happening. For anyone who doesn't know, this is the sudden death tiebreaker. There are still 2 expeditions, but they don't really matter anymore. They matter for fringe cases, like the council stops all effects in one expedition. Gigantic still counts towards both expeditions, but you're adding in the total of just every stat. So if you were to play an Atlas that is a 3/3/3 with Gigantic, it would count as 6/6/6 for the tiebreaker. I think it's a bit surprising that they're not playing the Ortis Trooper. Ortis Trooper just passes priority. Why reveal information for the with the Ortis Attorney? And this is going to be 4/4/4, which is not going to get it. That is going to be Carnegie. Just that asleep Ortis Attorney pushing them over the edge and giving Carnegie our first game win of the match. Let me just... So this was Alcuin's deck, the third unique being the rare the unique Ozma that we saw, which can destroy permanents and draws a card at dusk if you have the correct amount of characters. Didn't really see... We didn't really see the cadets come into play at all. Kokoba was just used as tempo, didn't really use its abilities at all. But did help nab a crucial early advance the first turn. And we didn't see the Frog Prince come into play at all. We have... This is Carnegie's list. Nothing... Oh, seems like we are getting into our next match, so I will... move this. Just fixing the hands real quick. Oh, seems like a couple turns, or the first turn already went underway. Alcuin getting a early advance, both players drawing an additional card off of Ortis Attorney. Ortis Cadets, we see. Seems like Ortis Cadets might just be going straight into mana. Yep. And Kokoba going into mana for Carnegie. I would see. So we're currently mirroring each other. I think we might see the Robin Hood be played and then immediately Sticky Note sealed. Both get an advance, but Alcuin will then have 3 cards in reserve and have to discard down to 2, getting rid of a valuable resource neither player drawing because they are advancing. So Alcuin with the early expedition lead, but will have to get rid of some card advantage. I think they might get rid of the Ortis Attorney just because they have another one in hand. Yep. And Frog Prince and Robin Hood can just be played together to finish out the turn the turn 3 with 5 mana. We do see a second Robin Hood in hand for Alcuin. Very strong. And we don't see great options, really, for Carnegie. Carnegie's hand going to be kind of clunky. Can only play 2 cards. And it's going to be the Ozma and the Legate or double Legate. But kind of feeling like they're going to take this turn off while Alcuin gets to set up Robin Hood and then play the Frog Prince to gain an expedition. So that'll put Alcuin 2 expeditions ahead of Carnegie. Alcuin got an early expedition lead last game, but still was unable to close it out. Did take it to tiebreaker, but Carnegie won in the end. So we'll see if this follows a similar path. Yeah, we're just going to see Monolith Legate probably in the same expedition as the Attorney. Although could try and put stats into both of their lanes. Oh, yep. And then we'll see the Frog Prince probably on... I would say probably on the companion side. Just because if we were to advance on the hero side, Robin Hood's 3 forest would not be used in the water-only expedition. So it's a better play to just advance into an area that we don't already have a strong Robin Hood. Or, Robin Hood stats aren't that great, but an expedition that empowers our Robin Hood a bit. A lot of low-cost cards for Carnegie. I would say probably either... Oh. Carnegie, I feel like, has to get rid of a Legate. All 3 in the first 14 cards. And you don't really need all 3. Oh, it decides to go for the Trooper instead. I guess they can play, they're under the assumption that they're going to be that they are Robin Hood text this turn. So we're going to have maybe 2 Legates this turn is what they're going for. If Alcuin decides to go for the Robin Hood, then that would force them, after they play their first Legate, to only be able to play the Ortis Recruit, or the Ortis Trooper. And it does seem like Alcuin is leaning towards the Robin Hood. Now, the Ortis Attorney is... I mean... Oh, wait. Sorry. Alcuin was going first that time. Yeah, so... Carnegie will only get to play one card this turn. Because of the double tax. This is brutal. So... Alcuin... Carnegie is fully tapped out. Alcuin can play charge to advance and stall out Carnegie. If they want to keep that would give them a 3 expedition lead. Or they can play the Ortis Attorney to advance, but then you're not getting benefit off the Ortis Attorney. I would say using the charge right now feels best. Yep, it seems like that's what they're doing. Because that makes them tie on the Companion Expedition and advance on the Hero Expedition. And that is going to put them at a huge lead with Robin Hood still on board. The Monolith Legate, both Monolith Legates do activate, but there's nothing in reserve to sabotage. So you don't get active, you don't get any benefit off of their abilities, although you do get to draw a card from the Ortis Attorney. An important thing to note, though, is just how big Carnegie's hand is compared to Alcuin. Mainly because he hasn't been able to play anything due to Robin Hood's. But it does mean that going into the later stage of the game, they do have this backlog of cards that they're able to play. Alcuin is still going to be at 3 cards in hand after mana, and they might even decide not to mana this turn if they just want to play everything out. I think it's still a good idea to mana, but they did only have 6 mana of playable cards, and they had 6 mana at the start of the turn, so they could have opted for that. We'll most likely see the Ortis recruit, the Ortis Trooper. I keep doing that. The Ortis Trooper going into the Hero Companion, or the Hero Expedition on Alcuin's side. And when it comes to be his turn, the Ortis Attorneys are going to be more flexible. Oh, starting with an Ortis Attorney. So the Robin Hood's going to be gone at the end of the turn. Well, yes. Because Carnegie is going to try to not advance in the Companion Expedition. Oh, gave it fleeting anyways. Interesting. So that's once again a Legate ability activating, but not getting any value. Which I think is the 3rd time this game. Alcuin doing a very good job of just not letting those Legates effectively proc their abilities. We do see... We see a Robin Hood in Carnegie's hand. Probably going to be played pretty early on. Although it could opt to wait until they have first player priority. That way they don't have to worry about... that way they get the full value of the tax. I think it's a valid strategy oftentimes to Robin Hood in the middle of a turn, because your opponent has already planned out their turn, and it throws them off guard, and then you have the tax going into the second turn after the sleep. I'm not sure if that's what Carnegie is going to go for. 8 mana, so we could do 4/2/2, 4/3/1, 3/3/2. It would be nice to get the Legate out just to get rid of one of those Ortis Attorneys. But you're so far behind in the expeditions that it's hard to sack a lane. Alcuin just has such tempo right now. And we still do not, I'm looking right now, do not have a winner of the Fen versus Afanas game. Since we're not watching that, I will let you know what that is as soon as I see it. Alcuin setting up for, again, taking a tempo loss this turn to set up 2 Quetzals. That's a lot of advantage over the next turn. Teamwork Training is going to get rid of one of those Quetzals, I'm assuming. I guess it doesn't really matter which one that much. What is the Teamwork Training going to target? Just get rid of the Legate so that there's no sabotage? Seems like a bit of a... It seems like maybe not the best use of Teamwork Training. Because you're going to have to get rid of a card anyways. Because you're going to have 3 cards in reserve. And you can't play anything after. But it's hard to pass when you have open mana. Just feels bad. And to set up Robin Hood for the next turn. Robin Hood getting 0 tax value this turn, but will be active at the start of next turn. And you're not going to be playing anything that really affects the board at this point. I think you could have played... I think there was a good reason to play Quetzalcoatl on Carnegie's side. Get that extra trooper for the next turn and then play. And especially since Quetzalcoatl also has better stats going into the next day. But that does reduce your overall mana for this crucial turn. So... it could have been I do think that there's consideration for Quetzalcoatl. But this does leave with one extra mana for Carnegie this turn. Because fully used their mana to play Robin Hood last turn. But only 1 expedition win needed either side, and Alcuin takes game 2. Carnegie took game 1, so that would bring us to a game 3. And then, I mean, there's a lot of mana up for Carnegie, but It kind of feels inevitable that Alcuin's going to get this. Alcuin choosing not to not to sleep. Well, oh, the tax is still up. I forgot. Robin Hood tax is up, so only 2 cards can be played. Most efficient is probably Ortis Attorney and Ortis Trooper. Oh, where did the... Oh, the draws from the Ozma, because Carnegie's Ozma is on play. It's Alcuin's Ozma that is at dusk. Let's see. Needs 3/3, so needs Quetzalcoatl on the Hero Expedition side to stop the advancement there. Yeah, this looks like game for Alcuin. Alcuin, although you can sleep something. Is there anything you could play? Sandman to the left and sleep Quetzalcoatl, but they're still winning by 1 on Earth. Or 1 on Mountain. Okay. There was an ability to tie this out, but I don't think... Yeah, that's going to be game. If instead of Quetzalcoatl, Sandman was played to stop the was used to stop the Alcuin's Quetzalcoatl and then leave. Oh, so it looks like we have our first winner. Warrior Ban will be going to the finals with Afanas. So we do have Afanas in the finals. Afanas versus Waru, depending on which Waru that will be. It seems like we're going into it. The hands are a bit ahead of time of the field itself, but should be loading soon. Yep, there we go. Spectating. So we have Afanas and Waru in finals. We see whoever is our bottom player has a Robin Hood in their starting hand, as well as a 2-drop and a 1-drop. Very strong openers. Our top player, so Carnegie has Robin Hood in hand. Alcuin has a 2-drop and a 1-drop able to be played. So they'll both... Oh, swapping hands. Never mind. Alcuin has the Robin Hood. Both will get an advance and be able to sabotage the advancing character. Alcuin will be off the play on the 4-mana turn, so won't be able to play Robin Hood for max effect. Still has the option to do it if they want to set up for the following turn. We'll have to see what cards they draw whether it's worth it. This Frog Prince. Let me pull this up. This Frog Prince, when played from reserve, create a 1/1/1 Ortis Recruit in, I think, the expedition that I'm not in. And then when a character... No, when... Oh, this is the one that has Thoth ability. When my expedition fails to move forward at dusk, put a card in your reserve to create a 1/1/1 Ortis Recruit. Again, sorry, I do not speak French. I don't read French, so I'm doing my best to translate the cards based off of context clues. Yes, the sound is very satisfying. So each player will get an advance again. Alcuin deciding to take the time to set up Robin Hood for the following turn, giving up their advancements. I mean, they're going to. Actually stopping the Quetzalcoatl. That's what it was, because Carnegie had 3 mana up, so that Robin Hood just time walking Carnegie a bit. That was great. And still tied in advancement in expedition advancements. So we have 5 mana on Alcuin's side. That's great to play the Spy and either the Frog or Legate. I'm assuming it will be the Legate, just so we have a Sleeping Bureaucrat at the beginning of turn. And Carnegie once again tapped out. Cannot play anything because of the Robin Hood tax. So just going to sleep Frog Prince, have it for the next turn. Discard a card. Deciding to discard the Ortis Spy. And, deciding to get rid of the Sticky Note Seal, even though Robin Hood is in reserve. Hoping to play their own Robin Hood to start taxing. Robin Hood tax will keep Alcuin from being able to play Robin Hood and another character, because Robin Hood will cost 5 and Ortis Trooper will cost 2, and we only have 6 mana. Let me just check out this. So this is when a character enters an expedition, you may give a target character fleeting by putting a card from your hand into reserve. That is what the Robin Hood is doing on top of the boosted stats and the standard rare Robin Hood effect. Refreshing. Okay, so Alcuin having, once again, Alcuin just having the tempo advantage throughout the game. Leading by 2 expeditions, only needing 2 more to win. Robin Hood in hand, Robin Hood in reserve. Unable to play both right now, but still can. Still has the option for taxing. We'll play the Robin Hood from reserve, it looks like. Although currently losing on board. And it looks like Carnegie decided not to mana this turn. So most likely playing the Frog Prince and the charge. Or so this will get a double advance for Carnegie, tying the game up. Although Robin Hood will be up for Alcuin, starting tax, with the ability to play another Robin Hood from hand and double tax. And Carnegie also going a mana, playing 1 mana behind now. So even though the expedition advantage is tied, there's still a lot of tempo on Alcuin's side. And Carnegie is going to have to fight back in order to get back into this game. This is game 3. So winner of this will advance to the finals. We already have Afanas in finals. So whoever wins this will be playing what is, let me make sure I get their name correct. We'll be playing Warrior Band. That's right. Warrior Band in the finals. And I just, at this point, think it's going to be hard for Carnegie to really get enough value in this game to get it back. I think at this point you don't even bother sleeping the Robin Hood. You're just trying to double advance this turn. Your opponent's probably only going to be able to play one more thing, and Carnegie just decides to pass, concede, and that will be our second finalist. So we have Alcuin as Waru and Warrior Band as Afanas. We'll take a look at, we just saw Alcuin's deck in action, but we'll take a moment to look at sworn I had it up. Is this it? Yes. This is Warrior Band's list. I've gone over this before. If you've heard this before, sorry, I'm going to say it again. The important thing to look out for in Warrior Band's list is this Ortis Carrier. A lot less characters in the deck. We're opting instead for... Let me just resize this a bit. We're playing a lot less characters. We're only playing 3, 9, 15, 16 out of our 39 cards are characters. 20 are spells. 3 permanent landmarks. The Ortis Carrier, we're hoping to get out early, create tokens, and when we use that as our to counteract our lower character count. Doing so allows us to have a lot more spells. So we have 3 rare magical training, 3 intimidation, 3 beauty sleep, 3 spycraft, 3 off you go, 3 small step, giant leap, and 2 banishing gate. So we have a lot of different ways to answer things, as well as, you know, sabotage from Tooth Fairy and Baba Yaga. Key cards that are missing are we don't have Bravo's Blade Dancer, Sneezer Shroom, so we have no recurring value in our characters. We are okay with letting our characters go to reserve and just boosting up another character later. We have a lot of spell recursion. Flamel, Hua Mulan, and Moonlight Jellyfish all recur spells back into our hand. Hua Mulan being able to do so every turn when they go to reserve from the expedition. We also have Flamel to common Flamels in order to get spells from our reserve back to our hand. So we're very much on this recursion package. Baba Yaga to just draw into recursion, and really our only powerful character is the Mage Dancer. But we're going for the common Mage Dancer instead of the rare, so we don't even worry too much about keeping the Mage Dancer on board. Yes, it's good, it's powerful, we boosted a lot with our spells, but it is not our win condition. We're okay with losing it. We're running 3 small step giant leaps. We really only need 1. We just run 3 to find it. The small step giant leap is going to try and win us the game, and in the matches we watched earlier with this, in the top 16, I believe, the first round of the day, God, 3 hours ago at this point, it won both matches for, actually no, it won 1 match for Warrior Band. It had the ability to win another match for Warrior Band, but Warrior Band was able to win it before needing to use it. And yeah, 3 off you go, which is just a great, tempo spell. Going into that, we have what we just saw in this Waru and Mack deck. Our missing unique here is an Ozma that draws on reserve and can also destroy permanents. So the permanent destruction has not come into play really at this point, but will be helpful if Warrior Band's Ortis Carrier is out. So is very good in this situation. And draws a card at dusk with the number of characters. Nothing too spicy about the deck as a whole. We have the 1 Kokoba, which is just sort of trying to win us an expedition one time. We have a second charge, which, you know, not everyone is running 2 charges. Everyone's running at least 1, but we really only have we have about like 40%, I think, running a second charge. Let me check. I do have a little stats thing. Actually, no, I'm wrong. 66%, 2/3 are running a second copy of charge. This is from the top. This is from the 15 Waru decks as a whole. This is not solely for the top 16. There were 5 Warus that did not make it into top 16. This is including those stats as well. Yeah, the other notable cards, Ortis Trooper. We've been seeing this more and more in rare, just because it's 1/2/2 is able to combat tokens against like Sigismar for 1, and is also able to beat out Izmir Stargazer in Axiom decks, as long as Haven Bravos Bastion is not up, because those are 1/2/1s. So the rare Ortis Trooper is just a good tempo play that can help you get eke out an expedition. Ortis Cadets, we haven't really seen do anything. Every time I think we've seen it, which I think has been, might have only been once, might have been twice, but it's just gone into mana almost immediately. So this seems like the underperforming card of the deck. I don't know, just because we haven't seen it. So the players are not valuing it that high, since they're not actually playing it. We don't have any other. This Alcuin is the only of the 15 Warus we had in the tournament, is the only Waru that ran 2 Thoths and not a 3rd. It worked out for him. I mean, he's in the finals, so can't begrudge him that. But it is interesting to note that everyone else thought that the 3rd Thoth was worthwhile. And to Sandman. A lot of people were running 2. I think there was a couple running 1, and 87% of players running a second copy of Sandman, and 27% running a 3rd. So 2 seems to be the sweet spot. We haven't. I initially thought Sandman was really only for sleeping Robin Hood. We actually haven't seen it used to that effect so far. We saw it once sleep Ortis Attorney in order to bring a 4/4/4 into a tiebreaker. But that's mainly what we've seen Sandman do so far. I think it may have also slept an opposing unit in order to get an advance at some point, but Sandman not targeting Robin Hood like I feel it wants to. And at this point, we are just waiting for the finals to get ready. I am going to leave us on this. I'm going to take I'm going to grab some water real quick. I've been talking for almost 4 hours, so my voice is getting a little raspy. It seems like the game started playing about 10 minutes ago, so it should start off. We're playing with we're commentating with a 10-minute delay, so that no player is able to get advantage. So hopefully our game should start soon. Oh, sounds like it might be starting right now, maybe. Let me just move this over. So we're setting up for the finals right now. I'm going to put it just on the hero breakdown for the event as a whole, and I'll be back in a moment. All right. We're loading up into the finals. We have Waru versus Afanas. I'm very curious to see the what. This Afanas seems in a better position, I think, than some other Afanases to go against Waru because of the Ortis carrier. One of the struggles that Afanas has into Waru and mainly Robin Hood is the fact that you're that you have to play a character first and then play spells. So you're playing multiple cards which get taxed multiple times by Robin Hood. If you have the token on board, you are able to play. You don't have to worry about a character. You can just play that and the and spells to boost it. The issue with that though is teamwork training, and I think we just saw a bunch of sticky note seals go into mana for Alcuin, not really only targeting Flamel. This is open deck list, so the opponents are able to see what their opponents have in their deck. So knowing that Flamel is two common Flamels are the only 4 or above cost cards in Warrior Band's deck. So Sticky Note Seal getting virtually no value at this point. We see Ortis get it finally played for the first time. Just getting an easy advance. Oh, sorry. Seem to be having some issues with the feed stream. We do see the Ortis carrier in our hand, so curious to see if that'll be played or the Baba Yaga. I think if it seems like Warrior Band really values the Ortis carrier. So and the only permanent removal that is in Alcuin's deck is the unique Ozma. So that's a 1 in 39 card to hit. Now it is in Alcuin's hand currently. And we see Warrior Band put the Beauty Sleep into mana. War's sleeping his own stuff already. Don't need to help him with that. Interesting. Yeah, discarding. So this Warrior Band going for a non-advanced turn. Going to play Ortis Carrier. Oh, wait, no, that was Sabotage. Sorry. I thought Warrior Band had discarded to play Off You Go and Ortis Carrier, but no. So Alcuin able to get a single advance while Warrior Band gets nothing, but Warrior Band does set up the Ortis Carrier. very strong. I am curious to see if Alcuin is afraid enough of that Ortis carrier to play the Ozma and not get its full value for drawing cards in order to destroy their permanent. I don't think it's necessary at this point, but Ortis carrier, to me at least, I'm not sure if Alcuin was expecting this. Warrior Band, I believe, was the only player to bring Ortis carrier, so it doesn't seem like it's like a new meta standard. It might be after this, I don't know. But when people see cards that they're not used to, they sometimes are like, oh, well, I have to get rid of that now. So Alcuin might get scared into playing the Ozma for less than maximum value. I don't know what sorry, I think I just got a Discord notification. Let me silence. Let me try to silence that. How would sabotage be said in a French accent? Sabotage. Sabotage. I feel like if I'm doing a French accent, I'm just doing it poorly and insulting the French community, which is like one of the bigger communities of this game. So, Megan, I feel like you're trying to get me into trouble. We will see Alcuin has the ability to play the Ortis Spy to stall out the Companion Expedition, or play the Monolith Legate in order to seems like the Monolith Legate to get Sabotage into effect. Sabotaging, I would assume, the Baba Yaga. Get rid of the character in... Thank you, Megan. Getting rid of the body. Oh, deciding to get rid of the Off You Go. There is a lot of spell recursion in Warrior Band's deck, so just, I guess, being afraid of that Off You Go coming back. Also, Off You Go, if you already have an Ortis recruit on board, feels better because you have the extra mana because you don't need to play another character. Interesting. I would have been tempted to go for the Baba Yaga just to reduce the amount of characters and force Warrior Band to really only play on the companion side, because the Ortis recruit from Ortis Carrier has to go on the companion expedition. So we know that Warrior Band's strong side is going to be the companion expedition. Warrior Band keeping that small step giant leap, once it there, it's not going to be useful for another few turns, but doesn't want to take the chance that the other two copies are in the bottom 5 cards. Wants to have it, if Warrior Band draws a second small step giant leap, that is an easy card to go into mana, but wants it in their hands for when they do reach that late game point. We see the Sandman being hovered over. Seems like they might just opt to, sleep, leg it again, boost it, and try to get destroy their opponent's value through sabotage. The main thing with that is we can kind of Baba Yaga comes out to play that clears our reserve. The only other thing that would be going into reserve is Off You Go, which, so, ooh, let me check. Does the Ozma need to pay for its ability, or is it? Because if the Ozma doesn't need to pay, oh wait, this is the one I don't have information on. I can't really tell from the thing. I can't really tell from the hands. Because the Ozma being played, having the ability to draw a card and destroy the Ortis carrier is very tempting. Now, it would either get Off You Go'd or Intimidated. Whereas this play leaves up the possibility of playing the rare Ortis Trooper to block Warrior Band from advancing on the hero side if they get rid of the Ortis Spy. I would assume this Off You Go is going into the Legate, though. Yep. Just want to get rid of that ability to sabotage. Also get rid of the ability for Waru to make a Ortis Recruit off of a Bureaucrat being on board at the start of the next turn. And that effectively blocks Ortis Trooper from really doing anything. Now, if Warrior Band does have the Small Step Giant Leap in hand, so Warrior Band could, if Alcuin passes here, could decide to intimidate the Sandman and double advance. And that would put Warrior Band 2 expeditions away from winning. And that means only one expedition away from winning with Small Step Giant Leap, and that is what we're going to see. We're going to see Sandman returning to hand and then boosting the Baba Yaga to advance on the Hero Expedition and the Companion Expedition. Excellent play. But you can see Afanas is running out of resources. I don't think we've seen any magical trainings yet. That'll be great for keeping up card advantage. Because currently we have the Small Step Giant Leap, but we don't want to have to play it. And there it is. There's the magical training. But what do we put into mana? Do we put anything into mana? Because we can Flamel. Oh, getting rid of the magical training. I guess the plan is to Flamel get Off You Go back into our hand, and then Off You Go whatever Alcuin decides to play. We'll have great. A Warrior Band is fighting over water, so the Flamel will get its strong stat. So yeah, Flamel into the Hero Expedition, bounce back the Off You Go to hand, and then Off You Go targeting whoever comes into play just to, keep tempo up. We only need to win one expedition because we have that Small Step Giant Leap in hand, and that will finish out the game. This is best of 3, so even if this game 1 is won by Warrior Band, that does not mean that the match is over. Alcuin will still have two more chances to become the winner of the first ExAlts celebration, and bring another win for Waru, because Waru needs it. Hasn't had enough wins recently. Now, the thing is, Warrior Ban is tapped out at this point. Which is just going to let Alcuin play whatever he needs. We have 6 mana. So we could... We need to stop both advancements from happening. The Ortis cadets in the Hero Expedition, and then sleeping. Oh no, that'll still advance over Forest on Warrior Band side. Oh, thank you, Nate Tendo. Is that how you pronounce it? This is going to be a difficult position. I think, yeah, Alcuin is going to concede the Hero Expedition, and that's just going to bring us to game 2 with Small Step, Giant Leap. You gotta, against any Izmir deck, you gotta just kind of assume that they have Small Step, Giant Leap, or at least put them in a position where they have to have it. But this will be over for our first game. So, Afanas with a 1-0 lead in the series over Waru, the meta monster. Which, personally, yeah, it'd be exciting to see Afanas win, just because, we've really been seeing only Waru win. But at the same time, I just want good games to happen. Important to note, Alcuin did not see. I don't believe Alcuin saw any Robin Hoods this game. I don't remember exactly, but we've seen Waru. All the games we've seen Waru really struggle in is when they haven't seen their Robin Hoods. And I know Robin Hood, Equinox has already announced that they are talking internally about how to deal with Robin Hood. So, the Robin Hood issue, so we'll see what they come up with. But I think there's a good chance that if something does happen to Robin Hood, Waru still has a lot of good cards, but it doesn't seem like he'll be as crushing if something happens to Robin Hood. I don't know. It's important to note we're still also in a very early meta. We've had a couple of larger tournaments, and the game's been out like a month and a half. People are still learning the game, and Waru is just a not an easy deck, but it's a deck that seems straightforward to build for the most part. I will say, I said this stat earlier. 25, we had 15, I'll go to the hero breakdown. We had 15 Warus in this tournament. All 15 of them agreed on 25 cards. They had 25 cards, the second game starting, 25 cards in common. Across all 15 decks. Afanas had 5 players playing the hero, and those players agreed on 15 cards in the deck. So Waru just seems to be a bit more solved at the moment, or at least more straightforward to build. So, I think there's still a lot of room for other heroes to grow and find their place in the meta. It's just not all of them are as apparent as Waru is in deck construction. Because Waru has the text bureaucrat in his hero power, it leads you in a specific direction, whereas a lot of other heroes are more open-ended. We do currently have the hands mixed up on the... Yep, they're fixing it now. An important thing to see is 2 uniques in the Afanas' hand, Warrior Band's hand. The Hua Mulan, at dusk, I lose fleeting. And when I go to reserve from the expedition, you may pay 1. If you do, return a card from your hand, from your reserve to your hand. So that is a huge recursion piece that can be used over and over again. As we just saw, the Moonlight Jellyfish, when played from hand, you may sacrifice me. If you do, return a card from your reserve to your hand. When I am sacrificed, if I don't have fleeting, put me in reserve. And from reserve, gains 1 boost. So Moonlight Jellyfish is a perfect turn 1 card with magical training, as we just saw there. Wow, seeing all 3 uniques within the first 2 turns. So that's the top 8 cards. The first 20% of your deck. Flamel is a 3-cost from hand and reserve 2/5, and it returns a spell from your reserve to your hand, and has a different support ability than the common Flamel. Common Flamel reduces your next spell by 1. Flamel, this unique, makes your next spell lose fleeting. So there are a number of cards that can use that well. Although we've yet to see Flamel used for that ability. Looks like we are looking to get Hua Mulan in play, just start our recursion. Because we have characters like Hua Mulan and, as I mentioned earlier, the Ortis Carrier, we don't have to worry. We don't have to rely on as many characters. Hua Mulan is going to continue losing fleeting. Now, it does lose fleeting at dusk, which means it is susceptible to teamwork training. So if Alcuin is able to get teamwork training and 3 characters are on board, he can remove the Hua Mulan. But, and then there's also the Ortis Spy with Sabotage that can easily be played next turn. And I assume will be. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it looks like he's hovering over something else. But setting up the... or just Sabotage off Monolith Legate. Yeah, there's also that as well. Just won't advance this, the Hero Expedition and get rid of the Hua Mulan before it does anything. Now, Hua Mulan's recursion does cost 1 to activate. So because Warrior Band is tapped out, he will not be able to bounce this magical training back. At least I believe that's the case. I am reading these in French, so... Yes, it looks like that is the case. And Hua Mulan is sabotaged. And, very important, Alcuin has been able to keep up with the expedition tempo, both advancing 1 on each side, or 1 hero, 1 companion for each player. we do see several key cards in Warrior Band's hand. The Small Step Giant Leap that was used to finish off the last game. We see the Ortis Carrier that can be used to create tokens. And we see Banishing Gate that can be used to destroy Robin Hood as soon as he comes into play. Alcuin is on the Alcuin is on the play. So if Alcuin decides for the Robin Hood, Warrior Band can respond with the Banishing Gate, but then Alcuin can just play the Ortis Trooper into the Companion Expedition and get a double advance on this turn, giving them the tempo advantage. If Robin Hood is played, that means that Warrior Band will only be able to play one card. So it would probably most likely be the... Oh, going for the Ortis Recruit first. Interesting. Flamel to bring that magical training back. Flamel's 5 stat and water really holding up the Companion Expedition currently. And still able to play magical training. It doesn't matter in terms of like boosting Flamel. We don't need that, but it's still good to draw a card when you have the mana, especially since you might not be able to use magical training as much in the future. So we'll get advance for each side. I think it's interesting that they played the Robin Hood when they did. I feel like I would have started with the Robin Hood, but it's hard. I also can see both players' hands, so I can't really be fully objective about it. We'll probably just put the Flamel, the common Flamel, into mana. Oh, Banishing Gate into mana. Interesting. Because the unique Flamel also recurs a spell from reserve. So I don't really see the need for the common Flamel at this point. But Banishing Gate on top of the Robin Hood, just I think maybe costing too much to really be effective. Afanas is really trying to get a big lead early, and then Small Step Giant Leap. So the fact that in this game they're both tied right now is very good for Alcuin. It means that he has a much better chance of winning this game than he did the last one. Oh yeah, playing the thing, and can play. Interesting. Unfortunately, Warrior Band is not fighting in water anywhere. That 5 water will stop Alcuin from advancing in the Companion Expedition, but Waru doesn't care as much about advancing all the time. In fact, bureaucrats have tons of abilities that prefer to not advance. We haven't seen any sabotage for Warrior Band. And on next turn, Robin Hood is going to be on the play. Or Alcuin's going to be on the play, so it can play Robin Hood before any sabotage would go into effect. Robin Hood being forecast by making it untargetable by Off You Go. And it looks like they'll both just double advance. Or not double advance, they'll both advance 1. Alcuin deciding to sleep Frog Prince, get some value for the next turn, draw a card, and then sabotage the magical training. but we have another magical training in hand. We're ready. I do think our hand, Warrior Band's hand is getting a little clunky, just with the Flamel and the Ortis Carrier. I would see one of those. Okay, we just draw a second Ortis Carrier, so I'm assuming Ortis Carrier is going to go into mana. We're gonna have a hard enough time finding time to play the first one. The second one is just gonna be impossible. Interesting. Alcuin getting rid of the Ortis Spy, having the Monolith Legates to sabotage at end of turn and sort of get around the recursion that Warrior Band has been doing. This seems a much better position for Alcuin. I would say, so we have 7 mana, but we're being taxed right now. So we can Ortis. Let's see. Ortis Carrier. Off you go. Off you go doesn't do anything. Ortis Carrier. Studious Disciple doesn't do anything. So just magical training, draw a card. I think that's a really Warrior Band's only play. I think. Oh, well, no. Off you go can get rid of Thoth. Alcuin's still going to have a Bureaucrat on board because of the sleeping Robin Hood to get Waru, but it will keep Thoth from being on the board the next time. And Alcuin, man, one expedition away from winning. If only he had Small Step Giant Leap. But okay, we have 2 Small Step Giant Leaps. That means that second one's instantly going into mana. We don't need it. We have the Ortis Carrier out. So we'll have a token that will be able to combat the Robin Hood. But we have the Frog Prince and the Kokoba. The Kokoba, let me just look at these again. The Kokoba, when you play it, if you have 3 characters or more, put a 1/1/1 Ortis Recruit in target expedition. The Frog Prince, this is the Thoth. When my expedition fails to advance during the turn at dusk, create a 1/1/1 Ortis token. So we're going to see Kokoba will probably teamwork training is going to. So we're just trying to sneak in, where we can. We're going to be playing all of our 1 costs, our 2 costs. So we have 6 mana. That'll probably be Frog Prince, Thoth, and teamwork training. Although we might play the Frog, just because Thoth's Forest isn't contest. No, we are contesting Forest. So we'll probably see the Thoth in the Companion Expedition, as Frog Prince can go into either, and then we'll see teamwork training to sort of stop whatever's been boosted up by Warrior Band's spells. This is going to be Warrior Band can only play 1 more card, so this is going to be the second game. We will be going to a game 3. Waru winning the second game, Afanas winning the first. At this point, I don't think there's really anything Warrior Band can do, unless I'm missing something. I don't think I am, but because there's no way to stop a single advance. Because Off You Go or Baba Yaga just doesn't do enough. Yeah, Off You Go, the Frog Print. Oh, the Kokoba. Yep, that's GG. Oh, okay. Game 3 of the finals. I guess they're just playing out their hands. Again, in that game, we were able to see Robin Hood, Robin Hood's drawn and Robin Hood played, and that slowed down Afanas incredibly and kept Waru in the game. First game, no Robin Hoods. Afanas, I don't want to say steamrolled, but it's very strong without the disruption of the Robin Hood. We'll see. I don't know. It sounds like I'm just saying that Robin Hood is the only thing that's keeping Waru in the match, and while I think it's very good, I think Robin Hood really helps Waru. I don't think Waru is just Robin Hood. I think there's a lot of other aspects, but Robin Hood just makes Waru that much more consistent because it slows down your opponent. I am gonna take a moment to just look at the deck list again while we wait for the third game to be set up. Yeah. Afanas is, because Afanas is a go wide deck in its playstyle. You're playing a lot of cards, so even though you're not playing a lot of characters, you're heavily taxed by Waru or by Robin Hood. So cards we've seen that have done virtually nothing in this matchup. Beauty Sleep. Oh, sounds like we might already. Yep. Never mind. Get this out of here. We're on to game 3. And this will be our final match of the day. Or our final game of the day. Final game of the match and final game of the day. Let me know what you think. I feel like there's been a lot of Waru hate recently. Not saying it's undeserved, just because Waru is the strongest deck, or is the most winning deck of the game currently. Ordis Recruit is the wait, Ordis Recruit, you mean Ordis Trooper? Because Ordis Recruit's just the 1/1/1 token, right? I've been looking at these cards in French for the past several days, and so now I'm like starting to misremember all the names. Okay, because I feel like I've been calling Ordis Trooper Recruit all day. Yes. Interesting. That's quite the take. I mean, you've said takes like that before, and I'm not saying that rare Orders Trooper isn't strong. And I will say, Equinox's official statement about Robin Hood is not that Robin Hood is broken, it's that Robin Hood is unfun to play and makes an unfun play experience, and that's what they want to fix. Which I can understand and agree with, but that doesn't mean it's the most broken card in the game. It just creates an unfun play pattern, so it seems.
Du coup, si jamais vous m'entendez, prenez quelques secondes pour parce qu'il y a un petit problème avec la main d'Alsuin, on ne la voit plus sur VDO Ninja. Je pense que son lien a crash ou quelque chose comme ça. Donc si Alsuin peut relancer Alswan, non c'est ça, je sais plus, excuse-moi. Elle peut relancer son VDO Ninja.
C'est l'écran et je suis en train de relancer. Ouais.
Ok.
Ok, super, merci.
Je te donne le nouveau lien.
There's some conversation happening.
Super, merci.
Between.
Merci beaucoup. Ça devrait le faire.
I believe Aaron who is the head of ExAlts.
Ouais, c'est bon, ça marche.
And is being the clean stream. So Aaron is streaming this, and both my channel and the French channel are taking that feed. Again, I don't speak French, so I don't know what was just said. I don't know what the issue is. It seems like play is happening again, though. Yeah, and one costs are incredibly strong in this game because they can also not only can they push expeditions over just like that little point that you need to win, but they also can after you, and seeing what your opponent's playing is incredibly powerful. So yes, I agree. One cost. The more I play this game, the more insane I think one costs are. And Ordis Trooper, while Ordis Trooper, while a vanilla one cost, which I personally have a natural aversion to vanilla cards. I just would love to have. I would love to have abilities. It does have the best stats of any one cost in the game.
Can you share back, Artemis, your screen, just because we were with the two players, so I don't want them to see the.
Okay.
Sometimes you need to refresh the scenery to have the link working. When you open the link in your browser, does it working or not? It's working right now?
I'm not sure if he's talking to me. He's talking in English, which makes it think that he's talking to me. Aaron, if you're talking to me, yes, it is working for me right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, sorry for the issues. Let's get into the game. We see exactly what, even without Robin Hood, Alcuin able to take early advancements. We do have our first bit of recursion, though, in Hua Mulan. not going to be able to recur anything. One, we don't have any spells in Warrior Band's reserve. And two, we don't have any mana to activate the ability. But it just seems like Alcuin is running away with this game. 3 expeditions away from winning. Whereas Afanas has yet to take a single expedition. I think at this point, I would get rid of the small step giant leap because we need to just focus on our current game plan. I don't know, maybe that's... Because small step giant leap is just going to be a dead card until it's the best card in the game. Until it automatically wins us the game. But until then, it does nothing. Yeah, we've seen Warrior Band do this every single time, though. As soon as they see Small Step Giant Leap, they keep it in their hand, and then they'll put into mana any other Small Step Giant Leap that they see. I understand that because, like, so many of Warrior Band's wins, at least that we've seen, have been based off Small Step Giant Leap. But at this point, you're 4 expeditions down. Small Step Giant Leap isn't going to be the thing you need right now. You need to be able to just... You need to win every expedition moving forward for a bit. Now we will double advance here. So that will put us a bit back in, or not us, Warrior Band back into the game. I don't know what you get rid of. The Off You Go is costly. But, oh yeah. I was going to say, Magical Training feels like you have to get rid of it. Ortis Carrier, I think that's good to get rid of over Small Step Giant Leap. We already have our 1, and that's really what we need. I forget what Warrior Band put into mana aside from Small Step Giant Leap. It had to be better overall than Small Step Giant Leap. At least in this moment. Katagiran Mage Dancer is an excellent draw because it's going to allow us to double boost off our spells. Which we will need to keep tempo up right now. We are... Magical Training. Ooh, Intimidation. Oh, damn. Well... No, we can't do Intimidation for any super interesting plays. So, we just want to get over... I think we just play Magical Training here. Or, no, we can't. Even with the cost reduction from Studious Disciple, Off You Go is going to pay, is going to cost 5. Is cost 5 and then be reduced back to 4. So I think we just, we could Intimidation to get Robin Hood off the board and double advance. Or we could Magical Training to keep card advantage. I personally feel like I'm leaning towards Magical Training myself, but getting Robin Hood off the board is probably the better play. Didn't really need to discard the Studious Disciple, but I guess just doing it now instead of doing it during the Dusk phase. Okay. We're setting up a sturdy block on the companion side with Ortis Attorney and Frog Prince. So that'll be 4 stats in water to begin with. Second Robin Hood. And we'll be going to 8 mana. Oh. We're going to be putting Ortis Carrier again into mana. And I guess Ortis Spy into mana. We could put a Robin Hood if we just, I don't know, Robin Hood's just so good into this matchup. I feel like the Ortis Spy, because we can use teamwork training to get rid of any of Alcuin's or any of Warrior Band's characters. Yeah, I don't think we're that worried about the sabotage at this point. Or we don't need the sabotage as much as we would in other parts of the game. Now, the question is whether Warrior Band wants to play Category Mage Dancer before Banishing Gate. Yep, seems like he does. Oh, this is going to bring Alcuin from the second Robin Hood and just playing the teamwork training. So, Alcuin's getting a double advance this turn. I don't think there's anything we can really draw. Yeah. I feel like Banishing Gate was just better there. Get rid of the Robin Hood. I don't know what, because it would have had, whatever Warrior Band drew off the magical training, it would have had to cost 2 or less. And I don't think there's anything in the deck that really helps at that point to combat either of the expeditions. We're going to be putting Banishing Gate because we already have 1 and we're unlikely to use 2. But it looks like, to me, this seems like it's another win for Waru. I know I'm you know, there's still a turnout to play, but Waru's going to play second Robin Hood. Play second Robin Hood. Don't need to sleep it. Still decides to sleep it. Okay. Yeah, you know, Warrior Band's is gonna Banishing Gate the Robin Hood in order to survive, but then Monolith Legate's just gonna be put out, and that's still a win. Flamel. Yeah, I either play Legate. Oh wait, no, we're not fighting on Forest. We're fighting on Mountain. So Flamel will keep. Oh no, because Legate can just go into the companion side and win Forest and Water. And there's also Charge to overwhelm. So this is GG. Oh, after a very strong game 1, Afanas just crumbled under the pressure of Robin Hoods, leading us to another big Waru win. Just what everyone wanted, and the crowd cheered. And Alcuin just showing off that he had the charge as well. And that is GG. So this is what we started with. We started with 10 Warus, 7 on one side, 3 on the other. All Warus defeated on the right-hand side. Notably, Steph R got DQ'd, I believe. Zared said because of some time issue. Leading Warrior Band to the finals, or the semifinals. Warrior Band was able to beat Mad Mask in a game that we did not see on stream, beating the Fen. The Fen had beaten, Mad Mask had beaten Matmatu in order to get to the semifinals. And we just saw Waru on Waru Bloodbath after the Kellen guy beat Mr. Awesome Possum in the top 16. So top 8 on the left-hand side was just Warus fighting Warus. In the end, another win for Waru. But there were some really good games that we saw against Warus where players were able to do interesting stuff to win. I've been live for about 5 hours at this point, a little under. The tournament is over, so I'm going to sign off. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found this entertaining. If you did, feel free to like the stream or subscribe to my YouTube. I've been trying to make weekly content. If you didn't like the stream, then, you know, I'm sorry. You know, we'll just agree to disagree. No, if you have any notes or anything, feel free to let me know what you think I can improve upon. This was my first time casting. Originally, there was supposed to be another person casting with me. They had an emergency, so it ended up just being me. I really enjoyed this experience. I also plan on possibly doing some just regular streams of BGA in the future. I've said that for a couple weeks now, and I still haven't done it, but now that I've gotten things set up for this stream, maybe I might be more likely to do it. But, you know, I just want to thank you for staying with me this long, or for however long you did. I hope we get to see each other again in the future, and I hope you have fun with Altered, or whatever games you might play. I'm going to end the stream there, so thank you so much for stopping by for as long as you did, and I hope to see you again. Peace.